Good morning, everyone. I bring you universal greeting around the world, peace and blessings. I thank everyone for being here this morning. Sergeant Arms, would y'all tend to the doors, please? Hey, I feel good this morning. What about y'all? You know what, man? God woke us up. And you know what? I'm going to do something. We're going to do something a little different. I want y'all to get comfortable. Because you know what? I'm not going to be too long. You know what I mean? I know y'all want a little break before we start the service. But you know, if the Spirit come, we're going to let him control it. Amen? Hey, but I want my mentor that motivated me to be the national chaplain to come up, Butch, and give us a prayer this morning. I got a message to pray for JJ. I don't know which detachment he's from, but they asked me to pray for him, and they asked for a prayer for our past National Commander Clint Bolt. They still say he's still struggling with the virus. Those was the message that I received last night. So I'd like to turn over my mentor, Butch.
Good morning, everyone. Please uncover and be prepared to join me in a word of prayer. We have a torn nation and a torn world right now. Pandemic, we all wish someday will come when that becomes a distant and unpleasant memory. But please keep in mind that thousands of years ago, the same thing was happening all over the world. And the prophet Zechariah had a chance to talk to the chosen people to let them know that they were doing wrong. They had forgotten about God. In Zechariah 1:3 says, "Therefore I say unto you, the Lord of hosts, return to me, and I will return to you." Please keep that in mind while we pray this morning. Heavenly Father, thank you for the opportunity to meet and sing your praises here this morning. We are going to talk about what you do in our lives and how you direct us to serve the people of this nation that we owe so much. May the words of our mouths and the thoughts of our hearts be pleasing in your sight. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Hey, listen up, guys. Let's take our hats off. We're in service this morning. Let's get real comfortable. And you know what? Because you know what? I want y'all to have a clear mind. I want your mind focused on the message what God give us to give. And my title this morning, Who's in Your Corner? And before I get started, I'm going to show you a video. A lot of times people think you got to give money to be positive, to help people. But in this video, I want you to pay a very close attention to it. When veterans are suffering with PTSD, homelessness, all they want is someone to listen to them. And remember, listening and silence contains the same letters. But we get so caught up in the world that we fail to turn down the volume to hear what somebody have to say. We don't listen to their story. Every veteran has a story. Every member here has a story. That's why I said yesterday, I said, you know what? Start calling, buddy checking each other. Some of us in here are police officers, firefighters, dangerous job, hospital nurses, doctors. Don't you think they get bogged down with PTSD? Don't you think sometimes they want to hear a voice for somebody to say, how you doing? I'm just checking on you. That's what makes us SAL strong. Because one is our motivation. Our motivation. Then our dedication to the office that we have. And how we accomplish that? Together, SAL strong. When y'all see this tape, I want you to clear your mind. Put yourself, if you was in that position, how would you feel? Would you want somebody to talk to you? Would you want somebody to listen to you? You know what I mean? And when I talk about who's in your corner, sometimes we know we're right, but we still stand alone as far as people go. But when God is in your corner, he gives you the ability to ask for help boldly. A lot of times we as men, We question our masculinity. We're afraid to ask for help. Why? The worst thing my grandmother ever told me, she said, men don't cry. That was the worst thing she ever told me. Man, if I hurt, if I hold it inside, what I get like a teapot. And eventually I explode. And when you explode, you hurt all the people around you for no reason whatsoever. Because you never had a way to release that pressure, what was built inside of you. So who's truly in your corner? The person to your left and right. Mainly, the most important person is God. Can you please start the video, sir, please?
He sat cross-legged on the sidewalk. A far-off look was in his eyes. In his hands, he held a piece of cardboard as everyone walked by. The sign read USMC veteran. I'm not myself, please pray for me. So I stopped and said, you fought to save my freedom. What can I do? What do you need? He said, I'd like to shower off these painful memories, get a shave and a pair of new jeans, a meal I don't have to eat alone. Find a place to let my guard down, a real bed instead of hard ground, maybe an address and a phone. I know I've made it back, but I'm not home. He said, I saw a mortar take my best friend. In an instant he was gone. I don't sleep, I bawl my eyes out in the middle of the night. Can't let it go, I can't move on. Wish I could shower off these painful memories, get a shave and a pair of new jeans, a meal I don't have to eat alone. Find a place to let my guard down, a real bed instead of hard ground, maybe an address and a phone. I know I've made it back, but I'm not home. He handed back a 20 that I stuffed into his coat. He said, you took the time to listen, that's what I needed most. One day I'll shower off these painful memories, get a shave and a pair of new jeans, find a way to clear these minefields from my mind. Recognize the face in the mirror, see the man who used to be there. I may be down, but I've got hope. I know I've made it back, but I'm not home. I'm not home. I'm not home.
That should have touched y'all. It touched me. He put a $20 in his pocket. He gave the $20 back. He said, you took the time to listen. That's why we are SAL strong. That's what Commander Fox been preaching. That you know what we do care that somebody really need us just to be there and listen. That's why I say it's always not about money. When you talk about the minefields, if you talk to a veteran that's been in combat, they carry a lot of grief and burden. That's why I said, man, it was wrong to tell men not to cry. When you're on the battlefield, your battle buddy get blowed up by a mortar. You got to continue on with the mission. You and him might have went to high school together, joined the military together, went to boot camp together. Then they're going to take a stranger to send his body back home to his family. But you got to continue on with the mission. So if you take that and you use it as SAL, strong, continue with the mission. You know what I mean? A lot of times, if you don't have the money, just give a person your time. You know what? I could ask everybody in here, what is love? I get 5,000 different definitions. But love is an action. You don't have to like a person. You don't have to agree with them. They might not be the same religious faith as you, but you can still love them because of your action. And when we talk about who's in your corner, I love boxing. I was raised up, enjoy boxing, right, Fox? Commander. And you know what? When I was young, it was a fighter named Joe Frazier, Smoking Joe, beat Muhammad Ali. And Joe was short, and he would throw that left hook, boom, and man, he'd bring you to your feet. But what I'm talking about is his son, Marvin. Marvin Frazier, the son of Joe Frazier, was a fighter. He was fighting a tall and lanky fighter. Like his dad, Marvin is short and stocky. And like his father, he had to get inside in order to change against a tall opponent. Because you know, if you're short and you're fighting somebody my size, my arm is so long, my jab would keep you back. So if you're short, you got to move up and get up close to me. So Smoking Joe was in his son's corner. Marvin did well in the first round. Back in his corner, he asked his dad, "How am I doing, Commander?" Then Smoking Joe told him, "You're doing just fine." Then he gave him some pointers to improve his performance. Then the scene repeated round after round. And how I'm doing, Dad? You're doing okay, son, but you need to work on this and you need to work on that. At the end of a very rough fight, Marvin was declared the winner. As SAL Strong, if you truly care about somebody, tell them the truth. Don't let them fail. Don't say, "Oh, yeah, you doing good," and knowing they losing. Just be truthful. Tell them the truth. And the father was in his corner. Many believers that he had win in a large part because who was in his corner? Marvin, the pony, was really fighting two Fraziers. Dad was backing him up. So when you got somebody out there, another SAL that's struggling, back him up. You'll find yourself in the ring today. Your adversities may try to destroy your marriage, get your kids strung out on drugs, or cost you your job, or a dozen other tricks. It's important to know who you have backing you. Jesus is in your corner, or whoever you believe. Are you aware that just being blessed, you as a Christian, God is on your side because you have chosen to believe? You are the majority. The Christian is never outnumbered. Then when we go to Romans, you know what? God's word is good, and it backs scripture. And when we go to Romans, it reads thus. I'll be reading Romans 8, verse 31, and it reads as thus: "What shall we say to these things? If God is for us, who can be against us?" Man, that's what y'all got to think about. Who's in your corner? When the commander come up here and he talked to us, He give us motivation. He give us a vision that God has put on him. But if you got the shutters on your eyes, you can't see the vision that God gave him to give to us. So we got to take the shutters off our eyes. We got to be in his corner. God is in his corner, but he also needs us. And when we look at it, you know, I ask a lot of people, I say, do you fear God? A lot of people look at me like, oh, this guy kind of crazy, right? I say, yeah, I fear God. And I tell you why. When I stand before God at the end of my life, I will hope that I cannot have one single bit of talent left. And I could have said, I use everything God gave me. You know what? God give us talents. We don't look around the members of the SEL and see the talents they have. A lot of times we put people in positions not knowing that's not blessed by God for them to do. If God called me to minister and you put me as a sergeant at arms, I might not do a very good job. That's not what I'm called to do. That's what I'm not blessed to do. But if you put a person where they blessed to do as a computer or whatever that the sons need, and God has blessed them to do it, you will see a very better, beautiful job. Then also you got somebody who's in your corner. When we look at God will take care of us, including that we are not aware of how he's going to do it, but he do it. Some might argue it when at least able to see how he is doing it to care for us, that he does his best work. God specializes in surprising us. And I'm going to talk about that later on when we go into our morning, when we do the invocation. But God has blessed us, didn't he, Commander? A lot of people don't know God has blessed us. When we continue to do our best to remain faithful and loyal to God, the one whom God has assigned us to serve and to minister, regardless of how they treat us, in the end, we must look to God for our protection and deliverance. That's why I say you don't have to like a person. You don't have to agree with a person, but you still can love them by your action. It is good to have some who's able to speak the truth with reasoning, yet people often forsake the truth due to fear of how others might react. If somebody tell you about yourself, take that as they love you. Understand that truth is good. A lie. What is a lie? A lie is a dressed up excuse. You know, when I was in college, they taught us this saying that said, excuses are a monument of nothingness. Those who use these tools of incompetence seldom accomplish anything. Excuses. It took more work to make an excuse than not doing the work than actually doing the work. But God is in our corner. And I want y'all to understand that, you know what, no matter what we go through, man, never forget who's truly in your corner. We lost a lot of people this year. In the detachment, Alabama, I think I sent out over 200-something sympathy cards. But you know what, though? When you think about it, it's always going to be trials and tribulation. There's always going to be ups and downs, highs and lows. But how do we handle those situations? Sometimes we think that we have to do everything on our own. We can't do nothing without God's grace and mercy and his power. Look around who's here. A lot of time you're here because God has you here for a reason. It might be one word that I say that somebody might need. It might be one word that might bless somebody. But mainly important is that you take the shutters off your eyes. You open your eyes so you can be able to see the vision, what God has for you. In conclusion, we're going to get ready to shut this down because I know y'all ready to go. Y'all don't want to spend all day listening to me. You know what I mean? Because, you know, I'm a minister from the South. And you know, sometimes we can get long-winded. You know what I'm saying? But you know what, though? But sometimes people don't understand. When God put a certain anointing on you, a certain thing, you might think that person is talking about you. How did he know my business? It's not that. Person don't even know you. But God put something on you that somebody need to hear. It might even save their life. We never know what hard life will deal, but always need someone we can trust to have our back. Not everyone will love us, but we can either refuse God's blessing so as not to provoke others to jealousy, or we can accept his gift and trust that he has good reason for blessing us, then use these gifts for his purpose. Who's in your corner? Amen, Commander. I am done. Because I don't want them to talk too long about me.
You know, as he says, he could get long-winded, but I don't know about y'all, but I could have skipped the meeting and just listened to him for the rest of the day and called it good. Thank you all for getting up this morning. It was a little bit different, but I think everybody enjoyed it. So relax, take a little break, and we'll open up at 8:15. So enjoy. Sergeant at Arms, please secure the doors. Well, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Colors of our nation in place. Render a hand salute on the numbers. 1, 2. Mr. Chaplain, will you invoke the blessing of God for us, my friend?
Hey, I want y'all to relax 1 minute, before I give the invocation. You know what? God is good. You know what? I feel good this morning. I bring you universal greeting, peace and blessings. And I'm going to tell you how good God is. Yesterday, the devil tried to stop what Commander had for us to do. It rained. So a lot of people made excuses, Commander. An excuse is a dressed up lie. It rained, so some people didn't want to go. They didn't want to be out there because they had blinders over their eyes and they couldn't see the vision what God gave the commander. Y'all missed service this morning, but y'all gonna get some today. Amen. But listen to me. Listen to me. We got on the buses. The buses took off. It's raining. We get to the cemetery. The first bus stopped. Boom! The rain stopped. God is good when you're doing what he have you to do. We got off the buses. It was calm. The commander said some powerful words. The ground was soft where we could put the flags in the ground. People took pictures. They enjoyed themselves. Then when you walk around, you see World War II veterans, World War I, and you know somebody was across the highway taking pictures. Who's those guys in them caps? You never know who's watching you. That was a beautiful thing, man. How many of y'all in here has been blessed by God? You had cancer, you're a survivor. Diabetes, you survived COVID. You survived because of God. God is working. We got to support Commander Fox because if it was not of God, that would have not have happened. I'm going to give y'all something. Tell the truth to each other. Truth cannot be comprised and still be the truth. The truth will always remain the truth. Even if no one believes it, a lie will always be a lie, even if 1 million people believe it. A lie told 1,000 times can never become the truth. When a person tells the truth, it's a part of their past. But when a person tells a lie, it becomes a part of their future. Jesus told the Pharisees, you just like your father, the devil. He was a liar and a murderer from the beginning. I would rather hurt you with the truth than to comfort you with a lie. The truth will set you free, but a lie will keep you in bondage. Let us go to the Lord in prayer. Oh, Heavenly Father, bless this meeting. Bless this leadership, Father, and bless Commander Fox. Father, thank you for giving him the guidance and the understanding and the willfulness and the determination to do what you would have him to do. And bless all those that's going through trials and tribulation. Bless those that, Father, sometimes don't even feel like moving, but you give them the motion to move. And Father, thank you for looking over this meeting. And Father, let us be SAL strong. Continue to do what you will have us to do. Amen. And before I go to my seat, JJ from Detachment South Carolina say hello. Our past National Commander, Clint Bolt, is still struggling, but let's keep him in prayer. And I'm going to leave y'all with this. I love you. Ain't nothing you can do about it.
Yes. You're not supposed to make it tough on me to follow you, you know? In memory of our departed comrades and the comrades of all veterans, gentlemen, let's stand in silence. Sergeant at Arms, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please cover. National Vice Commander Torres, will you lead us in the preamble? Possessors of a priceless heritage, we male descendants, veterans of all wars, associate ourselves together as the Sons of the American Legion for the following purposes: to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States of America, to maintain law and order, to foster and perpetuate the true spirit of Americanism, to preserve the memories of our former members and the association of our members and our forefathers in all wars, to inculcate a sense of individual obligation to the community, state, and nation, to combat the autocracy of both classes and masses, to make right the master of might, to promote peace and goodwill on earth, to safeguard and transmit to posterity the principles of justice, freedom, and democracy, to consecrate and sanctify our friendship by our devotion to mutual helpfulness, to adopt in letter and spirit all the great principles for which the American Legion stands, and to assist in carrying on for God and our country. Adjutant will now call the roll.
National Commander Michael Fox.
Present.
National Vice Commanders. National Vice Commander Richard Huntley. Jason Roberts. Jeffrey Vrabel Sr. Juan Torres. Jim Stewart. National Adjutant Anthony Wright is present. National Assistant Adjutant Emeritus Harold Thompson Jr. National Assistant Adjutants Ed Shoebrooks. Robert Avery. Scott Williams. Scott Thornton. Jeffrey Hicks. National Chaplain Jeffrey Gibson Sr. National Judge Advocate Joseph Paviglianti. National Historian Williams Towns Jr. National Sergeant at Arms Charles Curtis. National Assistant Sergeant at Arms Brian Walters. Lyle Larson. Greg Wagner. Mark Fayer Sr. National Commander's Aide Frank Mraz. Chief of Staff Bob Brown. Mark Severance. Parliamentarian Ron Roberts. Roll call past National Commanders. Immediate past National Commander Clint Bolt. Past National Commander Michael Seaton. Robert McBride. J.R. Stillwell. John Smolinski. Robert Faust. James Hartman. Gregory Reese. Grant Jameson. Charles Gannon. John Sherrard. David Stevens. Christopher Cirillo. Frederick Hartline. Douglas Bible. Richard League. David Faust. Robert Worrell. Eugene Sacco. Roland Madison. Joseph Maine. John Dietz. Jack Jordan. William Mataska. Byron Robichaux. Richard Cook. Kevin Winkleman. Clifford Smith. Neil Warnken. Michael Deacon. William Sparwasser. Earl Ratoski. Raymond Gill Jr. Thomas Cisna. Mark Arneson. David Dew. James Roberts III. Joseph Gladden. Michael Moss. Kevin Collier. Jeffrey Frame. Brian O'Hearn. Danny Smith. Greg Gibbs. Roll call detachments. Alabama. Alaska. Arizona. Arkansas. California. Colorado. Connecticut. Delaware. District of Columbia. Florida. France. Georgia. Hawaii. Idaho. Illinois. Indiana. Iowa. Kansas. Kentucky. Louisiana. Maine. Maryland. Massachusetts. Michigan. Minnesota. Mississippi. Missouri. Montana. Nebraska. Nevada. New Hampshire. New Jersey. New Mexico. New York. North Carolina. North Dakota. Ohio. Oklahoma. Oregon. Pennsylvania. Philippines. Puerto Rico. Rhode Island. South Carolina. South Dakota. Tennessee. Texas. Utah. Vermont. Virginia. Washington. West Virginia. Wisconsin. Wyoming. Mr. Commander, that completes roll call. You have 47 detachments represented. You have a quorum.
I now declare this fall 2021 meeting of the National Executive Committee of the Sons of the American Legion regularly convened. Guys, just as a reminder, I know we talked about it yesterday, but please, the microphones, name and detachment so they can be recorded for the historical moments. At this time, if there are no objections, I'd like to deviate from the agenda. Hearing no objections, Sergeant at Arms, where are you at? Can you do me a favor, sir, and bring up Dominic, young man that's sitting over here? Can you bring him up on stage, please? Stand in the chair. There we go. So, you know, as I spoke yesterday, and you guys had your committees and commission meetings, CENTCOM is working on a strategic plan. This right here is what everything's about. This young man. Everything that we do this weekend, moving forward today, is about the future of our organization. It's not about where we are right now and us. It's about where do we want to be. We want this young man to stay active, to stay involved. And the only way we're going to do that is if we make sure he has fun, enjoys himself. So as we think of everything today, and when we go back home, keep this young man in the forefront of your mind. So that as we continue to work, to put the plans in place for our future, As we get old, these are the guys that are coming up behind us. We need to do everything we can to protect them and ensure that they have a bright future. That when we celebrate our 100th anniversary, this guy's there. Because in 10 years, he won't need a chair anymore. In 10 years, this is what we want to see in our leadership roles. Get young and stay young. Dominic, I want to say thank you for coming this weekend, and I hope you're enjoying yourself. You still got that coin? You didn't give it away? Yeah, good job. Thank you. Thank you for being here, buddy. Here, wait. Stand up. He wants to take a picture of us. Go ahead, get back up there. Good job, buddy. That's our future, guys. You know, that's our future, and it's our job to ensure that everything goes good for them so that when he gets into your seat, he can ensure that that continues on. Carry on the legacy, pass it forward, right? Is anybody missing an iPad? I have it. It was on the bus? On the bus? Bus 3. Well, I have it for you. If you can give me the code, then you can have it. Well, I won't charge him.
Here's an appointment you need to make. Sorry about that.
So at this time, we have a vacancy on the Legislative Commission. At this time, I would entertain a motion to resolve that. A recommendation is put forward for David Souza to fill the vacancy on the Legislative Commission. NEC, that's you. Or if you want to leave it blank, that's fine too, but yes, sir.
Dennis Hinkemeyer, NEC, Detachment of Minnesota. I move for the approval of that appointment.
Mr. Commander.
Yes.
Mark Cheney, NEC, Oregon, seconds.
Been a motion by Dennis Hinkelmeyer to approve David Souza to the Legislative Commission. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. At this time, I would like to call Resolutions Chairman. Internal Affairs first? Okay. Internal Affairs Chairman. Are you with us this morning? Bill Clancy? I'd like to call you up to finish your report from what you started yesterday. And if we could have the 50th Anniversary Committee come up as well. Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I must say that typically on Sundays, after being here for a few days, and you're a little bit groggy, and you're thinking about, at least in my case, a lot of busyness ahead. You know, you're going to catch your flight, you're going to get a ride home, you're going to meet your kids, you're going to work on some homework tonight, right? Homework is on my brain, because that's always a Sunday night routine in my house. Thinking about tomorrow morning, going to work, getting things going. You know, you're a little, like, your brain is scattered on a Sunday morning. And then starting off our day with the inspiring words from my friend, our chaplain. You have an ability, my friend. It's a gift. And I can't wait to one day visit your church. So, as the commander said, my commission gave our report yesterday, minus the resolutions. And our commission did act on several resolutions. And I will just top line them for you, what they were about and, you know, what our action was. I will start with, very briefly, resolution number 4, which addressed the idea of a squadron. It was presented by the membership committee, and it provided for a new award, the Squadron of the Year Award, and a trophy. This is a great idea, and this resolution was approved by our commission. Resolution number 5, and it's, the man is right here. I'm going to let him speak about it. It pertains to the 50th Convention Commemoration Committee and providing them with a number of things, but perhaps I'll just turn that over to you for report and present that, if that works. That works for me. All right, sir.
Good morning. You know, I was sitting over there thinking, it's been almost 10 years since the last time I was a committee chairman, and it's great to be back up on the podium again. One point of personal privilege, just for the people that have been worried about my motorcycle, it has been fully repaired. It's sitting in Vegas. What stays in Vegas, hopefully it doesn't stay in Vegas, my motorcycle. Hopefully it'll be back in the next 2 weeks. I'm looking forward to getting that back. For those who don't know, when I was doing the National Legacy Run, I made it 2,600 miles from home last day of the Legacy Run, and it blew a lifter and ruined the entire motor. So I've had a whole new motor put into it. So praise the Lord, it's coming home. With that, the 50th Convention Commemoration Committee met yesterday morning, and we have been meeting for the last probably 2.5 months by Zoom every 2 weeks. Yesterday we had 6 guests in attendance, 5 guests including the leading candidate for National Commander Chris Carlton, and Chris said for some reason he felt like that was going to be the most important convention that he will ever attend. Not sure why, what he meant by that. But we also had second leading candidate J.R. Hall come in and thank us for all the hard work that we're doing. The 50th convention will be next year, gentlemen, August 26th to the 28th, 2022. And I want to thank Commander Fox and Commander Bolt for having the faith in myself and Chuck Treat, my co-chairman, and the rest of the members of the committee to put on the best convention, best commemorative convention we can. Does anyone need any money? I happen to have some money. Does anybody need money? Sure? Okay, got an easy way for you. You all received a form this morning. We are having a challenge coin challenge design contest. And we're asking you to take that form, create a coin that you would like to have be the 50th convention coin. And the winning design, which will be chosen by the team, will win $500 and 2 tickets to the 50th convention banquet. So start working on that. Our cutoff is November 15th, so you have about a little over a month and a half to get that design done, get it into us. The way you can get it into us, currently we've set up a new email address, sal50thconvention@gmail.com. sal50thconvention@gmail.com. And you can email your design to us. Certainly, also, you can email to my own personal email address, joeglad123@aol.com, but we prefer you to use the new email address. Certainly, also, if you sent it to headquarters, sent it to Commander Fox, he has a very everyone knows his email address, they'll get it to us. But start getting those emails to us. We're going to have a banquet on Saturday afternoon. Hopefully, we're looking at probably having it at one of maybe the headquarters hotels. That's still being worked on, the details. But the banquet, we're hoping to keep the cost at $50 a ticket. as everyone knows, in the banquet world, it's probably going to cost us $75, maybe more, to hold the banquet. So what we're doing is we are requesting funds to help us out to supplement so that we're not trying to charge you guys $75 and your families or whatever to come to the banquet. The 75th convention, 75th anniversary banquet had almost 500 members attend. So we're hoping that we have 500 members attend, and that's what we're planning on. Okay, at the banquet, we're going to be having entertainment. As I mentioned, you're going to receive a challenge coin at that banquet as part of your ticket fee, okay? The coins themselves won't be available to sale until after the banquet. If you come to the banquet, you get your free challenge coin. If you want to buy more challenge coins, I believe we're going to charge probably $10 a coin. You can get those at the banquet. So the people that are attending the banquet are going to have first shot at getting those challenge coins, additional coins to take home with them. After that, the coins that we have available will make available to the general population. We're going to have a 50th commemorative wall, a wall of pictures, chronological history of the organization, or the first convention up through, well, probably won't have the 50th convention on that wall, Commander, seeing how it won't have taken place yet, but through the 49th conventions, and have those on the wall. We are going to make with Ken George. Thank you, Ken. Ken has been a very important part of the committee. Ken's suggestion was prepare the wall, and then after convention, we'll be able to ship that wall. If your detachment wants to have it at your midwinter conference, at your convention, that wall on a first come, first basis will be able to be shipped to your convention for you to display it at your convention or at your midwinter conference or whatever event that you might have going on. So that'll be pretty cool also. We're also planning on putting together a 50th convention commemorative book, similar to, which I still haven't seen it yet, the American Legion Riders book. Oh, it probably hadn't got to my house yet. You know how mail is, Ken. So, sorry if there's any postal workers in here. So we're going to prepare a book covering the 50 years, pictures, thoughts from the commanders each year, and so forth. So we're really excited about that. So there we need, how are we going to make the wall and how are we going to do the book? There's where you all come in and the nation comes in. We need pictures from each of the conventions, okay? Pictures, and it doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't have to be pictures of the commanders. It could be pictures of you attending that with your family or whatever, but of each convention. Thanks to Chuck Treat. Chuck, where are you? There you are. Chuck is donating. We're going to create a website called the SAL50thconvention.org, and we're going to have the ability to upload pictures one at a time with a description of who's in the picture and what the picture is about, upload that into to our file so that we'll then be able to pull up those pictures, look at them, and then print them out and do what we need to do with them for the book and for the wall. So that should be probably, Chuck, probably in the next 30 days, next 2 weeks. What do you think? Week and a half. So in a week and a half, let's go 2 weeks, give him a little flux. Chuck's a pretty busy guy. 50th, SAL50thconvention.org. Okay? You'll be able to go there, take your pictures, and upload them to us. It's going to be extremely important. For all this to work, we need your help. I know there's some older gentlemen, or when I say not older, not necessarily in age, but the guys that were back in the beginning conventions, we need your help and all the way along. So, we also had yesterday, we had 2 resolutions come before us. We had a resolution 5, requesting additional funding of $75,000 for various items related to the 50th convention, and we had resolution 9, requesting 3 additional members to be added to the committee. Both those resolutions were reviewed and approved, and our meeting closed at 11:06 a.m. Does anyone have any questions in reference to the 50th convention? Is everyone planning on attending next year? Amen. All right, we're going to have a great time, and if I can be of any service to anyone, and if you can be of service to us by doing those things I'm asking, coin challenge, pictures, need your help. Thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir.
So in case that slipped by everybody, seems to be a common theme, as I talked about yesterday. In order for things to happen, the 50th needs help from everybody. like he said, in order for this to go off and to make it good and accomplish all those goals that they set forth, they need help. That means we all need to work together to make sure that they get what they need so that we have a good anniversary. Just keep that in mind. When you go back home, talk to your detachment. Let them know. We need that information from everybody.
If all the other members of the 50th Commemoration Committee could please stand up and be recognized. Big round. It's very exciting stuff, and I know myself and my family are very much looking forward to attending. So, from an internal affairs perspective, there were two resolutions which PNC Gladden referred to, and that is resolution number 5, which was approved by our commission, and resolution number 9, which was very specific. It just addressed the increase in the number of people on that committee to 11, and that was also approved by our commission. That concluded our work as a commission on 5 and 6 pertaining to the 50th Convention Committee. I will note that many of you were at our meeting on Friday, and not all of these were addressed there. We actually had multiple meetings over the weekend, and we were like the commission on the fly. But we did approve that one yesterday morning after it was reviewed by Finance. We came before our commission a resolution number 6, which pertained to CENTCOM. And I know a lot of people have been calling it the CENTCOM Committee, but it's not really CENTCOM because committee is worked into the name of CENTCOM. And there was a resolution which pertained to CENTCOM and enabling its good work. It established a few things such as codifying that the CENTCOM group would be enabled for a period of at least 5 years. It added that the leading candidate and trailing candidate would be ex officio members, which would mean they would be members but without a vote. And it established a budget for CENTCOM. That resolution was first discussed at our Friday night meeting, and then it was agreed that we would have to wait for Finance to approve, which was done yesterday morning. And after Finance's approval, the commission met again, and that resolution was as well approved. Prior to our meetings, right, I'm just trying to make sure everyone understands that the commission had a call approximately 2 weeks ago on Thursday, and there were 2 additional resolutions that were addressed in that phone call. Those were resolutions 2 and 3, both of which pertained to the selection of leadership, both for national commander as well as committees. And those 2 resolutions, 2 and 3, from the Detachment of Oklahoma, were referred back to, the decision of the commission was to refer them back to the Detachment of Oklahoma for further consideration in light of the fact that the American Legion provided new direction for the leadership of the entire organization, how that is selected. And that is where the Internal Affairs Commission netted out on all of the resolutions for this meeting and the meeting prior. And I would say that, subject to the final approval of the resolutions, that is the report of the Internal Affairs Commission for this meeting. And I thank you. Minus the resolutions, yes, sorry. Let me just get that there out of your way.
If there are no objections or questions, we will move the Internal Affairs Commission report to file. Yes.
Mr. Commander, Tom Skelly, Membership Chair, just a point of clarification. What Chairman Clancy stated, that it is a Squadron Commander of the Year award, not a squadron award, and there is no trophy. It's going to be an official uniform cover, so just for the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commander Fox, Mark
Yes.
Canito, NEC, South Carolina. I attended the resolution meeting, and when the squadron commander was
Just a minute. This is going to be minus the resolutions?
Oh, yeah.
So if you have comments on the resolutions, can we hold that off?
I'm not sure where my question goes.
Okay, go ahead then.
It was when they discussed squadron commander and the award with the cover, I think it was brought up about whether the Suns were going to pay travel for that award winner to make convention. And it wasn't ever answered, at least as far as I understood. Are we bringing them out or not?
So I think we can address that with the resolution, when we look at the resolution, if that's in the resolution. If it's not, then we won't be. Is there any other questions for Internal Affairs report? If there are no further questions or discussion, move the report to file. Call on Chairman Chris Cook, Subcommittee on Resolutions, to address those resolutions.
Thank you, Commander. Gentlemen, you have the resolutions in front of you and in your email. For clarifications, resolution number 4, Fall 2020, has additional information to go with this resolution that I will not be addressing in this. Please see that information in addition to this resolution. I will only read the title, resolved, and who it comes from. Bear with me. I read kind of slow. Resolution 4, Fall 2020, creation of Squadron Commander of the Year Award, Membership Committee. Resolved by the National Executive Committee of the Sons of the American Legion in regular meeting assembled in Indianapolis, Indiana, October 2 and 3rd, 2021. The Sons of the American Legion hereby creates the Squadron Commander of the Year, and be it further resolved that the members of the Membership Committee shall judge the nominees annually at the Spring National Executive Committee, and be further resolved that the presentation of the awards shall begin with the 2022 National Convention, and be it further resolved that the recipient of the award be present with the official Sons of the American Legion uniform cap with the Squadron Commander of the Year in the designated year, and it be further resolved that each national nominee will receive a signed certificate of appreciation, and be it finally resolved that the criteria and nomination form are attached as supporting documents. This comes from Tom Skelly, Chairman, Membership, approved by Finance, Chairman Bill Hill. It was discussed. The Subcommittee on Resolution made the discussion, and it was approved to be brought before you for your actions. Mr. Commander.
Chairman Chris Cook just read you Resolution 4. Entertain a motion to take action on this resolution.
Commander.
Yes, sir.
Bob Brown, NEC Detachment of Georgia. I make a motion that we accept the recommendations of the committee to support the resolution and pass it. Resolution number 4, creation of a Squadron Commander of the Year Award.
We have a motion on the floor from Bob Brown from the Detachment of Georgia to accept the committee's recommendation and approve resolution number 4. Is there a second?
Michael Cotton, alternate NEC Detachment of Delaware, seconds.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the acceptance of resolution number 4?
Mr. Commander, Joe Wyszynski, NEC from Pennsylvania. Is it relevant to ask questions on the supporting documentation?
It is.
Okay. I don't see anything in here for funding for the cap, and we have resolution number 1, which is funding for a cap for another award. Should that be included? And my second comment is, hold only the office of Squadron Commander at the time of nomination at any level within the Sons of the American Legion. It sounds to contradict itself.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. There's a motion on the floor from Bob Brown to accept the committee's recommendation and approve resolution number 4, duly seconded by Mike Cotton. Call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Gentlemen, Paul Dillard was elected National Commander of the American Legion on September 2nd, 2021 in Phoenix during the organization's 102nd National Convention. Paul's theme as National Commander is "No Veteran Left Behind." He first joined the American Legion back in 1969. A native Texan, Dillard graduated from Westboro High School in 1965 before joining the U.S. Navy and serving in Vietnam through 4 campaigns, including the Tet Offense. He later received an honorable discharge as a radarman, second-class petty officer from the Navy Reserve, before attending Grayson County Junior College and East Texas State University. Dillard worked several years in the manufacturing business as an engineer, plant manager, and director of manufacturing in Tennessee. Upon returning to Texas, he accepted a sales representative position with Sherman Foundry and became its airplane pilot. A career change was made when he and his wife Donna began their family, and he entered the insurance business, specializing in employee benefits and later forming Dillard and Gann Insurance. As a paid-up-for-life member of the American Legion Post 265, Commander Dillard served as post commander, vice commander, adjutant, and judge advocate. He also coached American Legion baseball for more than 10 years and served as his post's Boys State chairman. Commander Dillard served the 4th District as commander and vice commander and served the department as sergeant-at-arms, membership and organization chairman, national security chairman, uniformed organization chairman, board of trustee chairman, and served on the finance committee and the long-range planning committee. He was elected as Department of Texas Commander in 2007. On the national level, Dillard has served as an alternate national executive committeeman, consultant to the insurance committee, distinguished guest committee, children and youth committee, and media and communications council. He has served as chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, chairman of the Veterans Employment and Education Commission, and chairman of the Legislative Commission as well. He was elected as National Vice Commander in 2013. Commander Dillard married Donna in 1983. They have 2 sons, William and his wife Allison, and Jonathan and his wife Carrie, and 2 grandsons, Jarrett and Lucas. All are members of the American Legion family. Donna has been active and a dedicated member to the American Legion Auxiliary for several years and has served in numerous positions of leadership at all levels in the organization, including department president in 2017 and 18. Sergeant at Arms, can you please bring to the podium National Commander of the American Legion, Paul Dillard.
No wonder I'm sold if I did all of that. Thank you very much, Commander. Before I get started, I'd like to introduce another gentleman standing out there. It's a shutterbug in the middle. My aide, Walter Ivy from Austin, Texas. He's got the hard job. You know, he's got to do all that stuff and then book them and all that stuff and get them over to Holly and them, and he's got to work. He's got to let me know where I'm at and where I'm going and what's going to happen, because all I got to do is talk for my meals and come in and greet people. But that's not that easy, is it, Commander? But now I was telling some folks, I said, you know, if Walter wasn't with me, because sometimes I don't grab that phone and look, I wouldn't know what day of the. What do you say, Juan? Texas man. Yeah, good to see you, buddy. He's from down there from my pops and my mother-in-law and father-in-law was at down there in Houston area. But anyway, getting back to the story, I said, I tell people, I see Juan over there, you know, he don't take up much space. Kind of broad boy. But anyway, I said, you know, it's so hard to figure out what day it is, but if we're driving down the road or I'm in the airport and I see a Chick-fil-A and it's closed, I know it's Sunday. Other than that, every day is the same day. You know, you get to meet legionnaires, Sons of the Legion, the auxiliary, and you get to, you know, the family. And I tell you, it's really worth that. I had the great pleasure of doing something that I've been telling a lot of folks about, because I think the people on the ground, the blue cappers, you know, the grassroots, Sons of American Legion you can take back to your departments. I got to go to Cleveland Rowing Foundation. They had their 25th anniversary up in Cleveland, Ohio. And there was over 400 entrants and 11 or 14 states. Races started that morning at 8. The last one's at 4:30 that afternoon. I'm going to tell you the good part here in a minute. Well, Kevin, they still let you in here too, buddy? All right. Good job, buddy. But anyway, we were there all day. The American Legion, through Operation Comfort Warriors, we actually sponsored, and it's the first year for it, we sponsored a team and bought a boat through Operation Comfort Warriors. And I'll tell you the best part about that in a little bit, or a lot of good parts. So we got to stay there that day. I christened the boat. Of course, didn't get to christen it like we did in the Navy. Probably busted it. And I told them, I don't know nothing about this boat business and stuff, but I can tell you about rodeos. But so anyway, when we went to christen it, and they had me on the mic, which reached those thousands. I mean, there was thousands of people there. And I poured champagne over the bow. I didn't want to pour too much on it because I didn't want to get it drunk. I wanted it to win. Well, anyway, what makes this so strong is we actually have 4 teams, veterans. One team, amputees, 8-man team, 8-man rowing team. 8-person rowing team. All not necessarily men, but all amputee below the knee, a rowing team of 8. There's another one that visually impaired. All of them were blind except the coxswain. Try to keep them from having crashes. And another one was all PTSD, and another one was sexual trauma. Well, you know, when you think about that, we probably got the most of those out, really got them out in society and really got them involved, and they've got a purpose now. So it's really helped them. It really went strong on it. But after you know, that's to tell you about the teams. Now, after I christened the boat and didn't get it drunk, I told the audience that I didn't bring any anchors with me to slow those other 3 down, because I was wanting that American Legion boat to win. But I said, it doesn't really matter, because all of you are winners. And, you know, they were. They're all winners. But so we had fun, you know, with that. That's just the type of guy I am. But anyway, the race was ran. American Legion boat won by 2 seconds. It's maiden voyage. So I think we will continue to go up there and do that, because it is good. We bought like I call it a loving trophy type thing, where you got placards all around it, you know, who wins and stuff year after year after year. And that is held in the boat, one of the big boathouse, or there's many damn big boathouses up there, but the boathouse. And then, of course, they get a little medal and a glass-type trophy. And so I hope we continue. Like I said, that was their 25th year, so it was our first year for the veterans class to do that. Now, so many special things happened that weekend. There's going to probably be a post come out of this. It's going to be probably called the Freedom Rowing Club. Probably what it'll be. So we're going to get a post more than likely, and maybe two. But we're going to get a post out of this because some of those other folks are veterans that do some racing and stuff, but they're not so involved in it like this. But it's just amazing. People shook our hands, thanked us. We didn't have nothing like this on, but they knew who we were, I guess, because they'd come up and thank you for our involvement, support like that. They had a big beer tent over there towards the finish line at the end, so they said, "Come on in." We didn't have to have tickets. You're supposed to buy tickets. But with that kind of beer, I don't know how they ever sold a ticket because me and Jimmy Counts didn't like it. And so but we did go in, and it was just great the way we were really received. And some of those veterans is on the race teams we got to talk to, and they was just so thankful. To give you a little insight, one of those boats usually cost about $45,000 to $50,000. Well, we was talking to the manufacturer. We bought this boat for around 20-something thousand. They gave us a deal on it. The boat, they charged us $16,000 for. The oars, $2,000. And it's beautiful. The oars, you know how you feather them out, have the American Legion with a new brand on it on each side of the white oar. It just stood out like a sore thumb. It had American Legion on the aft part of the boat. And on the bow, instead of putting on the side, most usually they put them all on the side. They put them on top, so you go under the bridge, you can see that American Legion as you race. So it was neat. It was a great experience. That's some of the good things that we get to do is you get into these situations where everybody don't get to go, but it's because of you, because of what you do in your local squadrons and what your post does and your units does allows American Legion to step out front like this. And it makes you feel good. It makes you want to go back home and do more. But just because of what y'all do, just what you do for our Children's Foundation, the largest contributor, really and truthfully. I know y'all got business to take care of. I don't want to take much more of your time, but I wanted to share that with you because I think it's so important that you know what happens out there because of folks just like yourself, the folks back home too. So, Commander, with that, I'm going to quit because you got business to do. And, it says something about these Texans. Used to I went and I thought it was a 45-minute speech because I didn't really see it said 4 or 5 minutes. But in Texas, we can take a 4 or 5 minute speech and talk for 45, so it didn't really matter. Thank y'all. Appreciate you.
So before we send you off, Commander, we all are well aware of your special project this year in trying to raise some money for VCF. So I'd just like to let you know that we all kind of pitched in and got together, and I've got an envelope for you. So out of the generosity of everybody's pockets that's in the room, we put together $4,095.67 for VCF.
Well, I said, that's what y'all do. That's what's so great about the entire family and the Sons of the American Legion is what y'all do. You really fill a gap. You fill a void, and you do a good job. Just make sure you don't let Juan get out of hand. And watch Kevin back there, because he can cause trouble too. But thank y'all again very much.
Okay, Chris, you can go ahead and continue on with those resolutions. Thank you, sir.
Not a problem. Thank you, Commander. Moving forward, we have SA Resolution number 5, Fall 2021. Hopefully everyone's ready. Funding for the 50th Convention Commemoration Committee. Origin, the 50th Convention Commemoration Committee, and the National Commander, Michael Fox. Please reference the whereas for the breakdowns for all the funds that they are requesting and how they would like to budget those items. Resolved by the National Executive Committee of the Sons of the American Legion in regular meeting assembled in Indianapolis, Indiana, October 2nd and 3rd, 2021, that the National Executive Committee hereby authorize the additional reallocation of line items of the 2022 budget at the discretion of the National Finance Commission of funds up to $75,000 to be used by the 50th Convention Commemoration Ad Hoc Committee as outlined above. It is, I believe it says in the whereas clause that that is coming out of a surplus, if I'm not mistaken on that. Gentlemen, it was presented by Chairman Joseph Gladden, the 50th Convention Commemoration Committee. It was approved by Finance Chairman Bill Hill, and it was discussed in the subcommittee, and it was approved to be brought before you for your further actions. Commander.
So you just heard on Resolution 5. I would accept a motion from the NEC to take action on this resolution.
Commander, Michael Cotton, alternate NEC, Detachment Delaware. We propose to make a motion to accept Resolution 5.
There's a motion on the floor from Mike Cotton to accept Resolution number 5.
Commander, John Wright, NEC for Connecticut. I'll second that motion.
It's been a motion, it's been duly seconded. Is there any discussion?
Commander Bill Hill, Attachment Maryland.
Yes.
Finance Commission. Chair, just clarification real quick from what Chairman Cook mentioned. It will be a reallocation of funds. It will not come from surplus funds.
Thank you, Chairman.
Any further discussion? We'll call for the vote. There's been a motion made by Mike Cotton to accept Resolution number 5, duly seconded by John Wright. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries.
Yes. Resolution 9, Fall 2021. Amend the makeup of the 50th Convention Commemoration Committee. Origin, the 50th Convention Commemoration Committee, and National Commander Michael Fox. Resolved that the National Executive Committee of the Sons of American Legion in regular meeting assembled in Indianapolis, Indiana on October 2nd and 3rd, 2021, that the National Executive Committee hereby amends the makeup of the 50th Convention Commemoration Committee to consist of 11 members. It was presented by Chairman Joseph Gladden. It was also presented to the Internal Affairs Commission, both approving that, and the subcommittee discussed this and approved it to become before you for further actions. Mr. Commander. Number 9.
You just heard the chairman read Resolution number 9. I would accept a motion from the NEC to take action on this.
Commander, Michael Cotton again, alternate NEC Detachment of Delaware, would like to make a motion to adopt Resolution 9.
It's been a motion by Mike Cotton to adopt Resolution number 9. Is there a second?
Commander,
Yes.
Bill Sir on NEC Ohio seconds that motion.
It's been a motion. It's been duly seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, I will call for the vote. The motion made by Mike Cotton to accept Resolution number 9 that was duly seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Sergeant at Arms, can you please bring here Dean Kessel, Executive Director of Marketing, to the podium, please?
Okay. I'm a little shorter than Commander there, so. How's everybody doing this morning? Come on now. How's everybody doing this morning? All right, good, good, good. My name is Dean Kessel. I'm the Executive Director of Marketing, also the Chief Marketing Officer for the American Legion. I have had the privilege to work for the American Legion for just over a year, but I come from the outside world. I'm more of a corporate marketing guy. So I come from brands like, started at R.J. Reynolds. Anybody a Winston Cup fan? Remember Winston Cup days racing? I worked on Winston Cup for a number of years. Worked at Lowe's, ran their sports marketing. Hired this kid named Jimmy Johnson back in 2001 who did pretty good in the NASCAR series. Had a chance to hire him again last year. Then I spent about 6 years at ESPN running a division that they acquired in the outdoor space. Any bass fishermen in here? But no? Okay. That's why they no longer own the company, so that's good. It was a company called BASS, the Bass Angler Sportsman Society. So it was a membership group, publishing. We ran a couple television shows, 4 magazines in the outdoor space. And then I came back and ran the Sprint Cup series in the NASCAR world. And how I got to the Legion is the finance chairman over at the American Legion, Gaither Keener, was also general counsel at Lowe's when I was there. So he and I did all the deals together. We did the renaming of the Charlotte Motor Speedway to Lowe's Motor Speedway. We did all the racing assets for about 17 years. So when we were at a fundraiser one night, and he asked, what are you doing now? And I said, well, I'm doing some consulting with a baseball team. He said, we're looking to sort of rethink about marketing at the American Legion overall, and we could use somebody that's done it for a long time and has a new vision for what we want to do. So love the opportunity, love the mission, and privileged to be here and be a part of this organization. So what I would like to do today is take you, I'm going to give this presentation later today to the American Legion Commanders Advisory Group. I'm going to take you through a couple of slides just to kind of give you a look, a purview at what we're doing and how we're doing it. We've made a lot of what I think are pretty decent improvements since I got here a year ago. And just so you know, under my purview now at the organization, we've created this entire marketing group. Marketing at the American Legion was formerly known as DMS, right? Direct mail solicitation. That's what we're doing for membership. That's what we're doing for fundraising. That's what the view of marketing was. It's a much bigger view now. So under my direction falls the marketing group, which I'm continuing to build out, which is all about the brand, all about how we interact with it. I have all of the content assets, so think website, magazine, social media. All that falls under our group now. I do have the fundraising arm. I do have the direct mail piece of it as well. I also have membership and internal affairs. So the reason all that is together now is that's what touches the consumer or the member, right? Externally and internally. So we want to have one voice in what we want to talk about. So I also have the media relations. So when we talk to the media, that's what we're doing. So it's been a heavy lift, but we've made some interesting progress. Just a couple of things. You can look in the top left-hand corner of the screen there. That's a new brand. Does not replace the emblem, okay? Just to make sure we're clear on that. That does not replace that. Think in terms of the military. The Army has a seal, and they have a marketing brand, Go Army. The Marine have the same thing. They have a marketing brand. So it's the same look and feel to it. So what we'll do with this is just really refresh. The emblem will still be used on caps, still be used on legal documents, still be used on financial documents, things of that nature, but we want to have a bit of a fresh look, a little bit of a different feel to it, more contemporary voice to it. You know, the Legion's been around for 102 years, as you all well know, so it's time. You know, all the big brands do that. Look at Disney. In fact, General Motors just did a refresh on their brand as well. So it's exciting. As Commander Dillard talked about, we were able to use that for an event we did down in Ohio around a regatta. So we're using this on the race car as well. So it's exciting look, exciting feel, gives us something a little bit different to talk about, and sort of create a new conversation and some excitement. So I'm going to see if I can slide through this here. Oop, way too fast. So let me give you some updates on the IndyCar. You know, a lot of people, when we first came out with this, you know, hey, what are we doing this for, right? What's this all about? Why is the American Legion candidly spending money to do something like that, to put a sticker on a race car? And that's not really the value of what we're doing here. That has nothing to do with it. It is a marketing plan, a marketing initiative. We had three to four basic pillars that we were going to run this on, right? One was to create brand awareness for the organization, and I'm proud to say that we've done that. The other one was to change the conversation about the organization as well. Hey, something new's going on here. We got to look inside and see what's going on here. 3, we wanted to do something that had a national scope and a local impact. As Commander Dillard said, you know, we've done a lot of things at every venue this year. There's 17 races that took place on the circuit this year. 16, actually, they didn't race in Toronto. And we have, when you overlay our membership on top of where the racing takes place, there's about 700,000 members that are impacted by those markets. So we were able to put programs together this year that really benefited the local posts, the local departments. We were able to do some activation at each track. Commander Fox was out in California with us as well, so he's got to see that in action, and we're going to do more of that next year as well. Thirdly was inside the motorsports ecosystem, partners work together. You know, Honda or Chevrolet or Carvana or NTT Data, the other sponsors inside that ecosystem of motorsports tend to work well together, and that's what we're trying to do, drive new partnerships. When I met with the national adjutant to take this position, I asked him, you know, the proverbial interview question. You know, what does success look like in this role? And he said, Dean, that's the easiest question you've asked me all day. Success in your role is 2 things. More members and more money. And those are my challenges. So being able to put something like this out to create a conversation and drive those conversations around partnerships, we've got a couple of interesting things that are going to happen. One of which I'll share here in the deck that I'm pretty excited about that we haven't announced yet, but we're going to hear probably in the next 2 weeks. So here's just a couple of highlights from this year, and I can't even read that. So not from here. Well, let's see. What's the first one say? There we go, marketing contemporary brand. So that was good there as well. Golly, I'm just going to shout. At track activation, we have Legion color guards come out to almost all the racetracks this year as well. Chip Ganassi owns the 48 team. He just won the championship this year for the 14th time in IndyCar. He personally said, hey, what else can I do for Legionnaires? And he said, I want to, he bought anywhere from 50 to 100 tickets at every race, personally, out of his pocket, to give to Legionnaires to show up at these events. Also we had the American Legion car on the number 10 car, which ended up winning the championship this year, Alex Pillow, who just won the championship. And that was at no cost to us. He had inventory available, which typically goes for about $250,000 a race. He just said, hey, I believe in the mission of the American Legion. I love what you guys are doing. I want to be a part of this. He said, I'm just going to give this to you. And we had that for 4 races this year. Dedicated American Legion, launch of we have a national suicide prevention program that I'll talk to you about. And frankly, the biggest thing we got out of this, I told the Finance Commission and the folks at the Legion that if we do nothing with this program, nothing, if we don't get one new member, one new donation, one new partnership out of it, it'll be the most efficient media buy that the organization has ever done. We produced 2 television commercials this year with Jimmy Johnson, one around what is the Legion and what are we doing, and the other one was around veteran suicide. And we bought time on NBC this year. So the difference between a PSA, which you've seen a lot of us do, and an advertising that we can do when we pay for it, is we can actually ask for things in advertising. PSA is just awareness. You can't ask somebody to join. You can't ask somebody to go to your website. You can't ask somebody to donate. But what you can do with a television spot is ask for all those things, and that's exactly what we did. So really proud of that. So if we did none of that stuff, no new members, no donations, no new partnerships from a corporate perspective, it'll be the most efficient media buy we've ever done in the organization. Here's what we gained through 14 races this year, okay? $13.6 million in media value. We couldn't buy $13.6 million of inventory. We don't have the resources to do that. We just don't. But this, with what Jimmy does, because he's, you know, a 7-time NASCAR champion, rolls into a sport and automatically becomes the most popular driver in the sport just because of his critical mass. He's able to talk about us, extend our voice, leverage what we do. So it's really, really been a phenomenal season. And that's only through 14 races. There's 2 more races that have to be calculated. So I think we're going to be close to $15 million this year. So again, a hugely efficient media buy. This is just some photographs and things of that nature that we did at the track from an activation standpoint. We had PNCs at every event this year. We were able to activate in Wisconsin and Portland and California and Ohio as well. We're building a toolkit this year so that we can take all these best practices and roll them into next year as well and need to get out there. And I want to have some conversations with the Suns as well. How can we bring that activation to this level also in these markets? Fundraiser, right, so the posts were able to use that and the activation around the track. And then we are actually next year working with Jimmy Johnson. So in California, at the Hollywood Post, potentially, we are looking to put together a big gala with Jimmy Johnson and some of his celebrity friends to try and raise money for the American Legion. So that's in the works for, I think, March of next year. These are just some of the companies that we're talking to about relationships. I will tell you Fiserv, which is a data processing company, they sort of work the back end of when you transactions from a credit card perspective. So they do all that. They've committed to buy 1,000 lifetime memberships at the American Legion for their veteran employees, of which they have about 5,000. So that's just the first 1,000. Carvana we're talking to. 7-Eleven is a company that we're talking to. You guys ever been to a retail store where they ask you to round up the change? We're talking about doing a change roundup with 7-Eleven, maybe around Veterans Day this year. And then Veterans United, you guys familiar with Veterans United? They're a home loan mortgage company. Work with the VA. They close about 8,000 to 9,000 home loans a month. They actually donated to us around the veteran suicide platform $2 million this year. So great commitment, great company there. So that's part of the rationale for getting into the program. Again, talked about this a second ago, Ganassi, Carvana partnership. We're actually talking to Chick-fil-A about creating a special Legion meal during a time period in one region where you can go in and order the American Legion meal, and a portion of those proceeds comes back to the American Legion as well. T-Mobile, we think, might be a good partner for us on baseball, with American Legion Baseball. We're working with that as well. You know, the value of the relationship, I've kind of already talked about a little bit. Here's one thing here that I'm pretty excited about. This is going to happen. We just haven't announced it. So, you know, between you and me and whoever else you tell, keep it in here. But we are going to be the official charity of IndyCar. So what that's going to do for us, yeah. Yeah. So it hasn't been announced yet. I was at the Victory Lap celebration for the championship Friday night, and I talked to Roger Penske and Mark Miles about, hey, let's get this deal done. And they said, we just have to paper it. We're going to do it. We want you to be a part of it. We love the way you guys have embraced this sport and what we're doing. So they're very excited. And what that does for us is it gives us another organization with big reach to extend what we're talking about and how we're doing it, get our voice out there even more. So we're multiplying the effect of our voice across the country, really, really, really effectively and efficiently. So really excited about that. All right, so let me I'm just going to take you through a couple more slides here, and something that we have put a lot of thought into. The American Legion, in its 102-year history, has taken on, frankly, the biggest challenges facing veterans. Bar none, nobody's done more for veterans in its 102-year history. You think about what the World War I American Legion veteran did for the World War II veteran, setting up the GI Bill. We still talk about that today, about that's one of the big things that we've done as an organization. You look at the World War II American Legion veteran and what they did for Vietnam veterans and all the care and compensation around Agent Orange. Still talk about that today, still going on today. And the preponderance of our membership in the organization right now, frankly, are Vietnam veterans. So if you look at it from segment to segment and era to era, the biggest issue facing veterans today, bar none, is suicide. Depending on which statistic that you listen to, it's either 18 to 22, the most commonly referred to as 22 a day. 22 veterans a day are taking their lives. So I'm showing this to you today, only a couple of people have seen this. This is another campaign that's going to be coming down the pipeline. We're still working the nuts and bolts out of it, but we want to change the conversation. So let me tell you just a little quick story about how we came up with what we came up with. So on Chip Ganassi's racing team, he has a gentleman named Dave Birkenfield. And Dave runs a series called, it's their electric series that travels all over. It's called Extreme E. But Dave is just got out of the Navy after 25 years, and he was a Navy SEAL and a SEAL Team 6 guy. So I talked to him a lot about what we're doing and how we're doing these type of things, and I want his feedback because he's sort of just been coming out of the service. And I was telling him about this program, and we really think we want to embrace the American veteran suicide, and what can we do to make an impact with that. And you get into all this business speak, and I was talking to the folks in our DC office, and they were talking about, well, Dean, this is a heavy lift. We don't have a program in place for that yet. We're not sure how to do that. How are we going to measure success? What that's going to look like? All the metrics that you talk about with any kind of marketing or business initiative. And I was going through this with Dave, and Dave just sort of had a bunch of pieces of papers in front of him, and he just sort of stopped. And he put the papers down in front of him, and he said, Dean, the only metric that matters at all is one. He's like, you save one veteran, one military member, that's all that matters. Nothing else matters. So light bulb went off in my head, started thinking about it. So here's the campaign. If you could save one life, if you could save the life of one veteran by doing one thing, would you? And would you be the one? Okay? Would you be the one to sign a petition to help us do legislation in Congress? Will you be the one to listen to a veteran and help him get him some help? Will you be the one that's going to donate to us to help us drive this initiative forward? So it changes the conversation completely from a negative of 22 a day to a positive of 1. And that's what we're going to focus on. The biggest thing that we have as an organization is our peer-to-peer network. 1.7, 1.8 million folks across the country. We have the opportunity to open our doors to a veteran or their family to come in and have a conversation. Now, it's our responsibility to equip people with the ability to handle these type of conversations, and we're going to do that. That's going to be the start of it. But we did this in Newbern, North Carolina. Where's my North Carolina folks? Anybody? There we go. So I'm a North Carolina guy too. I grew up in Charlotte. In Newbern, we opened up our doors right after we pulled out of Afghanistan, and there was a lot of stress and a lot of trauma and a lot of conversation about it. We had 65 Afghan veterans come into the post that day in Newbern just to have a conversation. So what I want to do is create a platform where, again, around the number 1, maybe it's the first Saturday of every month, we open the doors to anybody that wants to come in. And not just the veteran, right, but the family. Like, mom's going to know something's not right with dad, or her spouse, rather. The daughter, the son. It's not just about the veteran, it's about the family as well. So we think we can impact that across a number of areas. So we're pretty excited about this program. We think and this is not a, hey, we're going to do this for a year and see what happens. If we do this right, and I think we can do it right, because we've got the people to do it. I want people to talk 20 years from now about this platform and what we did to help save veterans, like we talk about the GI Bill now, 20-some years ago, or 50 years ago. with that sort of emphasis and passion around that. So here's a couple of things we're getting ready to do from a next step. We're going to conduct a nationwide search. We're going to find a clinician. We're going to find somebody that's not named Dean and does marketing to lead this effort with a lot more credibility and understands the space. So we're excited about that. We're actually working with Dr. David Rudd at the University of Memphis. He is the president of the University of Memphis about some technology that we can do there as well from an app perspective. We're going to look at best practices, right? There's a lot of groups right now that are doing best practices across the country, Legionnaires that are doing things. One More Day is a program that's being conducted in certain markets as well. So we want to look at that and see what we can do from that perspective to add that to our portfolio. And then we're going to talk about this from a campaign. So you're going to see this on the race car next year. We're going to be talking about this quite a bit. I mean, this will be, you know, the thing that when I got to the American Legion and I sort of, you know, took my first 90 days to look at what's going on, you know, candidly, we're an inch deep and a mile wide. We do a lot. But how much impact are we making on a weekly, monthly, daily basis, yearly basis? And this is something that I've talked to Commander Fox about, I've talked to the auxiliary about. If we can get the American Legion, the Sons, the auxiliary, everybody pulling the rope in the same direction, we can really make a powerful, powerful impact on this platform. So, and save lives, and that's what it's all about. There's some metrics here on American Legion Baseball that I'm going to present later today. So that's just sort of who I am, what we're doing as a marketing group. Appreciate Commander Fox, appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I'm happy to take a couple questions if you guys have anything for me. Otherwise, enjoy the rest of your meeting. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Yes, sir.
Just random question around this amazing work that's being done. Matt Parsons, Chairman of Public Media and Communication. Looking forward to working with you, Dean.
Yes, sir.
The one question I have, Mr. Fox has done an amazing job of posting pictures at Laguna Seca with Jimmy Johnson, giving him pre-race advice on how to win and all that kind of good stuff. The one question I have is, did anybody ask him if he's eligible to be a member?
So I would love to talk about that. I did ask him, and yes, he is eligible to be a member. So I signed up one of the guys on his team, and as Jimmy Johnson's, I don't know what you call it, but we'll say aide, quickly told me, hey, you know, he's got a race in an hour. He needs to go get dressed. So I gave him one of my cards and an application and told him, when the season's over, give me a call, and my squadron will sponsor you. So I'll let you guys know. Hopefully he calls me. If not, Dean can give him a call. But yes, he is eligible, and he will be a member.
So another thing that we're talking about too is, you know, there's a lot, you know, one of the reasons you look at sort of a motorsports platform, an IndyCar platform is, you know, is the audience the right fit? I mean, there are a ton of veterans that like motorsports. There are a ton of active military that are interested in motorsports. You know, IndyCar is on a trajectory going this way. You know, I worked in the NASCAR world for a long time. That's not the same trajectory right now. They just don't have that same sort of momentum behind them. So we've got an opportunity. But what I say all that to say, we're thinking through an idea with all these veterans that sort of this traveling circus that goes from, you know, race to race to race on a weekly basis. Can we create sort of an IndyCar post that or department, whatever the vernacular, we'll work through that, where it's just all these veterans who don't necessarily stay home very often but are on the road but are all together. Can we develop some sort of virtual type activity that we can do with all the veterans there? I mean, Ganassi alone has 25 veterans that work for him, not just on the IndyCar but his NASCAR team, which he just sold. But anyway, there's a lot of veterans. There's a lot of veterans in that space, and we want to take advantage of it. So, thank you all very much. Appreciate your time today. Yep. Thank you.
Sergeant at Arms, can you please bring before me the Child Welfare Foundation President, Mr. Dennis Bolin?
Commander. My pleasure. Good morning. How y'all are? Love you guys. There goes my speech, so you're going to have to. You know, I love what Dean is doing for the American Legion and the images he's putting out. With that being said, you know, at the National Convention and a couple of your meetings before, I've told you about suicide people that we've saved through the American Legion. I found another gentleman, Special Olympics. That's one of your babies. Because of Special Olympics, he doesn't want to kill himself anymore. So what we're doing under Dean's program is an awesome job. I also like to talk about, when I was here, the National Children and Youth Chairman, I talked about communication, communication, communication. Well, the wife and I left the house. We packed. We took a whole day saying, we got to have this, we got to have that. We packed, and we started on the road driving here. 2 days into the drive, I look, and all the clothes are hanging behind me. Where's my jacket? Luckily, along I-75 corridor in the southern states, we have a lot of Western stores. So for $28.99, don't I look beautiful? Well, with that being said, you know, it's always an honor to come before you. Right now, the Child Welfare Foundation, as of Friday, we have raised $161,000. The Sons have donated over $75,000, which is like 46%. And I know at this conference, you always come up with big, big, big numbers. So the bottom line is, like I said, communication, communication, communication. If you don't stay in contact with each other about your programs, and I'm not talking at this level here, I'm talking within your detachment and within your squadrons. It is very, very significant if you don't, because your turnout will be terrible, and I know most of you realize that. But in 1932, 89 years ago, and you're going on your 90th year anniversary, you evolved. You look around, all these other organizations have tried to duplicate you. Nobody has ever done it. They have infighting amongst themselves, and finally their program goes away. Your program grows stronger and stronger by the day. You were put forth to take over when all of our wars have gone away. And thank God our Afghan troops are back home, but we still are at war with different organizations that want to kill our way of life. Since 1988, you guys have donated over $8 million to the Child Welfare Foundation, and you're heading for your $9 million, and I believe under Michael's leadership, you'll attain that $9 million this year. In 1971, as today, there's a news article out saying the American Legion is a dying breed. 1971, they had the same news media put out that the American Legion was a dying breed. We may be a little smaller in numbers, but overall, we still, as a family, are close to 3 million strong. That's accredited to you, what you do, because what you do brings in our membership. You ask a child to be part of you, And then when you have your special events, you bring that family in, and that child who is part of the event, their parents realize that they should be part of this great organization, and they join the American Legion and the Auxiliary and the Sons. You have had that leadership over the past years. One leadership person that brings to mind that ever-endearing person, the quiet man that he is. I love him to death. I would tell you to your other leaders that are up here, but Clifford Smith has that certain quality. I just talked to him this morning and asked him if he'd change his image. He doesn't know what an image is anyhow, so. Things I like to talk to you about is the RAT program. How many remember the RAT program? All right. Well, instead of the RAT program, we're bringing back the CAT program. And the CAT program is going to be basically on the same thing. It'll cost you $25 for the pin, and then your job will be to go out and motivate other people to become part of the CAT program and raise money. We also have the 100% ribbon, which you all know we've had that for quite a while. So if you have 100 people in your squadron and you donate, that squadron donates $100, you can get a 100% ribbon from the Child Welfare Foundation. Also, we have the memorial card. A lot of people don't know about the memorial card, or they don't want to do it, but I think that when a member of ours passes away, instead of buying them flowers, this memorial card for $25, you can put the person's name, the family, and we will send them a nice letter stating your squadron, your detachment, made a donation in memory of that person. I feel that's a lot better way than having flowers, which we had a gentleman in my post at one time. He every other week he was in the hospital, and every other week we'd send him flowers, and every other week he'd write us back, I can't eat them. Don't send them to me. So it's kind of on that line. You know, the history. You look at your history out here. The Children's Miracle Network. You guys were one of the greatest supporters of that organization. And like I always say, I talk about it, and that's what got me involved when I saw that young child in the neonatal part at the St. Petersburg Children's Miracle Network, and we were able to save that child's life, and that child could be put in my hand. That is so awesome, what you do for that program. The G.I. Josh, under Jeff Frayne, I know that that was one of his biggies when at the what was it, Four Corners, we were there. Everybody had a G.I. Josh shirt on, and we took a picture of probably frickin' 100 people there that day. You guys, again, made that program. The Spinoza Buddy Bear. I talk about the Spinoza Buddy Bear. I'm sorry that that has gone away, but, you know, that young child, that his life was saved because the doctors couldn't find out what was wrong with him. He just kept saying, I hurt. And so they put a tape recorder inside that Spinoza Buddy Bear, and he told that bear that night exactly what was wrong with him, and the doctors were able to overcome his sickness and saved his life. These are the programs that you got to be aware of. And when I say aware of, you have to pass them down to the incoming members. History, your history for the last 89 years has been so excellent. But like in the American Legion, if you forget where you come from, you'll eventually lose who you are. When I speak before the American Legion, I speak of dates going back to the 20s, what the American Legion did in the 20s, the 40s, the 50s, the 70s. You have that opportunity when anybody comes in. Don't just sign a card and say you're a member. Tell them this is what we did. We were started 90 years ago, and we have done this, your $1 million or $8 million to the Child Welfare Foundation, the Children's Miracle Network, all these things you can't forget. And I'll tell you why. I have said this at many of eulogies that I've done for people. When one of your members passes away, a library closes. Think about that. Your knowledge, if you have not passed it on to the people, your library has closed. And that is a terrible situation in our life. For any kind of form of organization you belong to, your history is what makes us. In this day and age, the problem is they're trying to change our history, but don't let them change your history. Thank you for allowing me to speak before you. God bless you. I love you as a family because I hope you know you are my family. Thank you. I got the winning numbers, so sit down.
Well, gentlemen, as you know, the past day we've been collecting money for a 50-50 raffle. So pull out your blue tickets. We collected $466, so the winner gets $233. The other $233 will go to CWF. And we'll have President Dennis select his winning ticket. I mean, select the winning ticket.
Hold on, I got to get my ticket out to make sure I call it right.
All right, sir.
$774,044. There it is. Oh. 773617. Oh, jeez. God, no.
You got to be kidding
Oh,
me.
man.
Oh, Lord.
Just to let you, I'm going to take the money back with me, and I'm going to donate it back to the Child Welfare Foundation in memory of our fallen members from my squadron.
Okay, gentlemen, we've got some reports and some resolutions to finish up today. I've seen some people stirring around. I don't know if it's the coffee or the sodas that you were drinking last night. How about we take a 10-minute break? Everybody use the restroom, come back, get freshed and ready, and to finish up the business. Yes, sir.
Bill Towns, your national historian. If there are any commission or committee chairmans, adjutants, or past national commanders that have not had their picture taken this weekend, I will be out in the hallway trying to solve that problem.
Thank you. We'll stand in recess until 10:10.
So, Mike. Yes. I know we have to go back to Americanism.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because they gave their report.
Yeah. Yes.
But we got to deal with the resolution. Just the resolution.
Right. Exactly. Yep.
So I'll have him come up, and then Chris come up, and then after that, let me get.
Now, he did it a little bit different than
Because he actually concluded. Because he didn't.
Chuck did, yes.
Clancy couldn't because.
Everybody, go ahead and gather back towards your seats so we can get back going, please. Sergeant at Arms, can you poke your head out the door and tell everybody they got 1 minute? You know what's going to happen? I'm going to start with Adam. Parliamentarians come. To call this meeting back to order. Finance Chairman Bill Hill, you will be on deck, so if you want to go ahead and mosey on up this way to give your report here in a moment. And call up our Resolutions Chairman, Subcommittee on Resolutions Chairman Chris Cook to get back to where we were.
Thank you, Commander. Gentlemen, we are going to go to resolution number 8. Give everyone just a moment to get there. This is coming out of Americanism. They've already given their report. SAL Resolution Number 8, Fall 2021, donation of $130,000 to the American Legion Baseball from the SAL Reserve Fund. Origin is the Americanism Commission, National Commander Michael Fox. I know, right? It just all slows right in together. Resolved by the National Executive Committee of the Sons of American Legion in regular meeting assembled in Indianapolis, Indiana on October 2nd and 3rd, 2021. The National Executive Committee hereby approves the donation of $130,000 from the Sons of the American Legion Reserved Fund to the American Legion Baseball, and be it finally resolved that the Sons of the American Legion hereby recommends that the Internal Affairs Commission of the American Legion that said funds to be distributed from the Sons of the American Legion Reserve Fund. Chuck Treat, Chairman of Americanism, and Bill Hill, Chairman of Finance, both approved this. It was discussed in the subcommittee, and it was approved to come before the NEC for further action. Commander, resolution number 8.
Yes.
NEC, Florida. I'd like to make a motion that we accept resolution number 8.
NEC, Maine.
Can you please state your name again? I didn't.
Don Alisot, NEC, Maine, seconds.
There's a motion on the floor from Bill Kelly to accept resolution number 8, duly seconded by Don Alistot. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor to accept resolution number 8 signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. I will now call back up the resolutions chairman, I believe number 6.
Gentlemen, SAL Resolution 6, Fall 2021, creation of standing committee and funding for Century Committee, known as CENTCOM. Origin, Ad Hoc Century Committee. National Commander, Michael Fox. Let me get to there. Resolved by the National Executive Committee of the Sons of the American Legion in regular meeting assembled in Indianapolis, Indiana on October 2nd and 3rd, 2021, that the National Executive Committee hereby establishes the current ad hoc Century Committee as a standing committee of the National Executive Committee with a call-in authorization above its other budget line items and be maintained as a standing committee for a period of 5 years, with the National Commander of the Sons of the American Legion maintaining the ability to change, add, expand its members as seen appropriate, but strongly encourage the continuing of its initial members, and be it further resolved that the leading candidate and second leading candidate for the National Commander of the Sons of the American Legion be ex-officio members of the Century Committee, and it be finally resolved that the requested funds for the 2021 budget year and the reallocation of funds for the 2022 operation budget be approved. This, we're going to clean up a little bit. It was, the resolution you have before you was amended in the subcommittee. I will read the whereas clause that it pertains to. Gentlemen, it is at the very end, so when I get there, I will slow down. Whereas the scope of the agenda of the CENTCOM committee will involve over the next several months and years and will include, but not limited to, creation of the SAL strategic plan, in-depth assessment at all facets in its operation and health of the organization, coordination and interaction with all levels of the organization, that the American Legion, with reporting responsibility to the National Executive Committee of the Sons of American Legion and to the past National Commanders Advisory Board. Gentlemen, it was amended in the subcommittee that we are going to strike past National Commanders Advisory Board and substitute in, as you see in your papers, to the Sons of the American Legion Oversight Committee of the American Legion Internal Affairs Commission. It was approved for that amendment. That resolution comes from Joseph Paviglianti, Chair of the Ad Hoc Century Committee. It was approved by Bill Clancy, Chairman of Internal Affairs, and Bill Hill, Chairman of Finance. I will make this motion. This motion is to approve the resolution as amended. Commander, you have a motion on the floor.
Mike Cotton, alternate NEC Detachment Delaware, seconds.
There's a motion on the floor by Chris Cook to adopt Resolution Number 6 as amended, duly seconded. Is there any discussion on this?
Mr. Commander, Bill
Yes.
Kelly, NEC, Florida. While I have certain objections to this resolution, after sitting in on the Internal Affairs, the Finance Committee, and as a member of the Resolution Subcommittee, I have come to understand a better understanding of this resolution relating to the information that we got the September 16th from the Internal Affairs of the American Legion. There was a lot of discussion on that among the NECs, and a lot of the NECs took this as an affront to our organization because it felt that the NEC was being taken out of it. But this resolution and sitting in on this have made me understand that moving into the future, this CENTCOM committee, replacing the old committees that were in place, will help us move on. And as such, I voted to pass this on from the subcommittee so the resolution could be adopted or be debated by the NEC. And I'm requesting every NEC read this over, look at it, and think about what we are actually doing here. It's very important. Thank you very much, Commander.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Hearing no discussion, I will call for the vote. Yes.
Rick Cook, Bass National Commander, Oklahoma. This committee does not answer to a commission, and all other committees that we have currently report to a commission, and it's my belief that it should be under some commission somewhere.
Is there any other discussion? There's a motion on the floor by Chris Cook to adopt resolution number 6 as amended, seconded by Mike Cotton. Is there any other discussion on this? With no other discussion, I will call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Go for a roll call vote. So roll call vote will be voting members only. That is your NEC or your alternate, whoever's here, not both of them, but whoever is present, that who has the vote. When you're called, please stand and speak loudly. We don't need everybody to go to the microphone, but please stand and speak loudly so everybody can hear your vote.
As soon as my National Assistant Adjutant Scott, oh, he's giving me the thumbs up. Alabama. Alabama, nay. Alaska. Alaska, I'm just going to use the word yes and no. Just, it'll be easier to decipher. No. Arizona. Arizona, yes. Arkansas. Yes. Arkansas, yes. California. Yes. California, yes. Colorado. No. Colorado, no. Connecticut. Connecticut, yes. Connecticut, yes. Delaware.
Delaware, yes.
Delaware, yes. District of Columbia. Florida.
Yes.
Florida, yes. France.
France, yes.
France, yes. Georgia.
Georgia, yes.
Georgia, yes. Hawaii.
Hawaii, yes.
Hawaii, yes. Idaho.
Idaho, yes.
Idaho, yes. Illinois.
Illinois, yes.
Illinois, yes. Indiana.
No.
Indiana, no. Iowa.
No.
Iowa, no. Kansas.
Kansas, yes.
Kansas, yes. Kentucky.
Kentucky, no.
Kentucky, no. Louisiana.
Louisiana, yes.
Louisiana, yes. Maine.
Yes.
Maine, yes. Maryland.
Maryland, yes.
Maryland, yes. Massachusetts.
Massachusetts, yes.
Massachusetts, yes. Michigan. They just have a voice. Minnesota.
Minnesota, yes.
Minnesota, yes. Mississippi. Mississippi, yes. Missouri.
Missouri, yes.
Missouri, yes. Montana.
Yes.
Montana, yes. Nebraska. Nebraska, yes. Nevada. New Hampshire.
Yes.
New Hampshire, yes. New Jersey.
Voice only?
The alternate's not here? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he answered the alternate was here. New Mexico.
Yes.
New Mexico, yes. New York.
New York, yes.
New York, yes. North Carolina.
North Carolina, yes.
North Carolina, yes. North Dakota. Ohio. Ohio, no. Oklahoma.
No.
Oklahoma, no. Oregon.
Yes.
Oregon, yes. Pennsylvania.
No.
Pennsylvania, no. Philippines. Puerto Rico.
No.
Puerto Rico, no. Rhode Island. South Carolina.
South Carolina, yes.
South Carolina, yes. South Dakota. Tennessee. Texas.
Texas, no.
Texas, no. Utah. Vermont.
Vermont, yes.
Vermont, yes. Virginia.
Virginia, yes.
Virginia, yes. Washington.
Washington, no.
Washington, no. West Virginia.
West Virginia, no.
West Virginia, no. Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, no.
Wisconsin, no. Wyoming.
No.
Wyoming, no. I'm just going to go back through one more time the detachments that didn't answer. District of Columbia. Nevada. North Dakota. Philippines. Rhode Island. South Dakota. Tennessee. Utah. Commander, that completes the roll, and Scott's going to give you the totals.
We have 29 detachments in favor and 15 opposed.
Motion carries. At this time, we'll move into finance report. Bill, are you with us? No. On deck will be legislative, followed by public media and communications, then VA&R, and then VE&E.
Good morning, gentlemen. I know this is the most exciting part of your day. The numbers. Show me the money. And I'm glad to be here. I'm glad the commander recognized where I was sitting as he told me to queue up and get ready, so I'm glad I was sitting there. Just real quick, our National Finance Commission meeting started yesterday at 10:15. Before I go into the details of it, I want to welcome and thank our new member, Gary Nelson from New Jersey. And I also want to thank and welcome the reappointment of Steve Hunnefort from Ohio back into the commission. I also want to thank the entire commission for what they did on Friday and Saturday, doing all the vouchers and setting all that stuff out there. They did a phenomenal job. I'm just the, I would say, pretty face up here in front of them, but I'm the face of the commission, so that's what you get up here for that. But I do definitely want to thank all the guys out there for a job well done. It's an excellent job. Thank you guys for everything you did. I also want to go into our meeting overall. Our meeting discussed the 6 resolutions that you've heard came through finance. All of them were approved with one, and that is Resolution 6. Did have conditions on that resolution, and as you'll have in your minutes, you'll note the breakout of that resolution. We requested additional details of that to make sure we're meeting our fiduciary responsibilities for the organization. When we got the initial request, we said, please tell us how you want to spend these funds, so we didn't just give you a blanket, here, go spend what you want. So we did authorize the entire $150,000 with a caveat on the 20% of the to-be-determined allocation. That 20%, or $30,000, we've gone back and noted as in the notes here, we've requested additional details as to how you want to allocate those funds, again, what you're going to need to provide that information to us before the spring NEC. The commission will look at it and review those information then, and we'll make a final determination on that last 30,000 at the spring NEC. That allows the entire resolution to move forward, but only allocations at this time of $120,000 of that to be allocated against the 4 line items that you see that are outlined within this report. So that'll move that forward. The second part that I want to make sure I clarified, and I mentioned earlier when we were talking about Resolution 5 for the 50th convention, is these are going to be a reallocation of funds. There's no net new expenditures. We're not adding any expenditures. This is going to be a reallocation of funds that we already had allocated in the line items. The items for 2021, we're going to come out of what we consider the operational support budget, that line item, with $640,000 sitting in there. We've had nothing removed from that in the past 2 years, so we're going to extract from that. We're going to take out for 2021, as you note here, we're going to take $100,000 out of that in 2021, allocate it to the 2 line items for Resolutions 5 and 6, which is the 50th for CENTCOM, to cover their expenditures for 2021. We're going to do a similar adjustments in the 2022 budget to cover the entire $150,000 that was requested from the CENTCOM to cover their allocations. It's nothing that new. It's going to come out of the existing operational support line item of $640,000. We'll deduct $150,000 from that and just adjust that line item. So again, there is no net new increase at all to expenditures. It's just a reallocation and readjustment of all those funds. So I just want to make sure, and that is also outlined in your minutes. I want to make sure it was very clear, and if you guys had any details on that, to hopefully eliminate or at least minimize the questions in that area. We had one guest in attendance, the leading candidate, Chris Carlton, who brought greetings and thanked the commission for everything we were doing and a great job, and extended that, and he's already asking for money for his year too. So, and Chris, by the way, thank you very much for that bottle of champagne. My wife loved it. Thank you very much. She'll be back next year too. She wanted to let you know. So just in case, if that helps any. At that time, there was a motion made to adjourn the meeting. The meeting concluded at 10:41 a.m. Commander, that is my report.
If there's no discussion or questions on the finance report, we will move to file. Hearing no discussion, finance report, move to file. Thank you. While our next guy is coming up here, can I have all of the dual members or veterans please stand up for a moment? So for me personally, I want to say thank you for what you've done for me and my family. Because without the sacrifice of the veterans, I wouldn't be able to do what I do, and I wouldn't feel safe for my kids. So for all 7 of my children, my lovely soon-to-be bride, the only difference is, I guess, a piece of paper. She's got the bank account. So I want to say thank you to all of you. Thank you very much. And, Tom, go ahead, sir.
Good morning. The Legislative Commission met Friday at 10:23 a.m. Actually, Saturday. Let me start off again. The Legislative Commission met Saturday, October 2nd at 10:23 a.m. 3 commission members in attendance, 1 excused, 1 vacancy, and 8 guests. I do want to introduce our Vice Chairman, Blair Miles. Please stand. Member Bernie Kessler, David Lee, Richard Humphrey, and the newest one that was put on today, David Sousa. Thank you guys. You do a great job at everything you do, and I couldn't do it without you. Open ceremonies were performed. We do have a little bit of old business. The George B. Evans Veterans Advocate of the Year Award was announced in Phoenix at the National Convention, and Gilbert Mares of Squadron 43, Detachment of California, won this award. At this time, I would like to present his cap. I know he's not here, but I asked Ned Fox if he could accept this cap for him. If he would please come forward. This is the cap that you get engraved. And there's a lot of guys out there doing a lot of great work to earn this cap. We need more nominees for this cap. Ned, I want to thank you for submitting this name and accepting this award on behalf of Gilbert Mares.
Guys, I know a lot of you have been on the conference calls over the past year, prior years. Come on, we all have those advocates out there in each detachment. Let's submit. Let's make this award even tougher for the Legislative Commission. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. We've been asking everyone to sign up for alerts and at the Voter Voice. Right now, if you get on Voter Voice, American Legion Voter Voice, there's 5 items on there that you can send a note to your senators and congressmen by simply clicking the button, putting your address and your name in there, and you can get to all 5 of them within 2 minutes. It'll send a notice out. I do want to just highlight what those 5 are on here, just to pique your interest. The first one is buddy checks, and there's a lot more information on that. If you click on it, you'll see all the information associated with it. Buddy checks provide for veterans affected by toxic exposure and burn pits. Open the VA to all World War II veterans exempted by the Veterans Health Care Eligibility Act of 1996. Number 4 is demand the GI Bill for Reserve and National Guard. And number 5 is share legislative priorities with your members of Congress. Those are 5 things that I don't know about anybody else in this room, but I polled everyone in my meeting. No one has received an alert from Voter Voice. I've been preaching all year, sign up for Voter Voice. So I'm going to try to get an answer as to why the SAL is not getting notifications on Voter Voice, or if it's simply not working at all. So that's one of the questions that David Lee had asked. So we'd like to get an answer to that question, because it's we need to get this done. We need to speak up and help our veterans. This is one way we can do it very easily, okay? If you need help, feel free to call me, email me. It's not hard. If you go right to your Google search, American Legion Voter Voice will take you right to their site, and very easily you can see where you're at. Like I said, if you need help, call me. It's an easy way to help our veterans. I want to talk about the Washington Conference. It's announced as February 27th to March 2nd, with the tours of the memorials on February 27th. The bus schedule will be coming out as soon as we get it finished. We're still working some details out of that. But the Arlington wreath laying will be 11:15 on that day. We do know that right now. Goals for this year. The Legislative Commission got new goals for this year. Increase the George B. Evans Award. You saw us give that cap away. We had 4 nominees. We need more nominees this year. The commanders gave us a stiff amount that he wants us to have. And I think we can do it. I'm hoping we can do it. We're going to try. We need to increase the number of detachment legislative chairmen. We need your name if you're a detachment legislative chairman. Detachment commanders, please email me your detachment legislative chairman so we can get their information. And the last is increased participation in Washington Conference and plan another event. We had 29 detachments participate the last time we were able to do it. So we're looking for more. We can make this happen. That's some goals that we can accomplish. I just need your help. Conference calls for the legislative are bi-monthly, starting in December. Commander Fox did address the commission and acknowledged the changes this year for the betterment of the organization and emphasized legislative goals for the year, and the meeting was adjourned in proper format at 11:59. Mr. Commander, that's my report.
If there's no objection, we will move the Legislative Commission report to file. No objection, moved to file. Matt, Public and Media Communications. On deck will be Seth Rippey, followed by, for VA&R and VE&E, with Joseph Navarrete.
So here begins your audience participation part of your performance of your afternoon. So I need your help. So obviously everybody in this room is half asleep from their festivities and whatnot last night. Where all the pink pinky boys? Here we go. So let me introduce the commission. It starts with 2 stomps and a clap, and I need everybody in here to help me do this. and make this work really well. Otherwise, I'll just be up here all by myself looking stupid. So, you guys know how to do this, right? So we're a terrible band, right? We got Gene Thoreau on keyboards. We got Kevin Chaplin on drums. We got Doug Heiser on bass. We got Brandon Roberts on the keytar. We gave him a really cool instrument. We got Doug Evans on rhythm guitar. We got Mark McHugh on lead guitar. And I'll take vocals. All right, enough of that. So, public media and communication, we operate under the 3 C's, right? Content, communication, and inspiration. I couldn't think of another C. And I wanted to test if you were actually asleep or awake. So, content. This year we're going to push content in a very positive way. On social media, putting out videos, putting out new and interesting content for people as they open up their social media. We realize that a lot of people turn to social media to give themselves peace and joy in their day. And they turn to social media in times where they may be experiencing something dark in their life. We've already gone through the veteran suicide rate of 22 per day. Sometimes that one might be when they turn on their social media and realize that there's positive content coming out of the organization that they're a part of. And we are trying to put positive content in play on social media platforms. We recorded a couple videos yesterday that will be edited down and put out. The center of those 2 videos is to get outside of our 4 walls. You've heard Commander Fox talk about getting outside of our 4 walls, and our video content this year is going to be aimed to do that. So the first video is basically kind of an everyman video. It introduces people without their names. It tells you what they do for a living without their cap on their head, and it says, you know, I work in mortgage finance, and I'm a member of the Sons of the American Legion. And it's just that simple relatability that we're going to put out a video series that touches people in ways that are relatable, make the Sons relatable in jobs that they do. They may sit there and go, you know what? That's something for me. The other video that we're going to do, or that we recorded yesterday, is a promise video. And basically what you see in veterans is you see promises that are not kept all the time. But we, as Sons of the American Legion, our mission is to honor those veterans. And we promise to be worth those sacrifices that those families make, those veterans make. And the video is aimed at that, is promising to be worth that sacrifice. Goals this year, we have 6 lofty goals. They're all centered around helping brand our organization and take our organization to the next step. We're going we've set out the tasks underneath those goals. We're going to hit all those metrics, and we're going to knock those goals out of the park. There's some things that we have to do that will help streamline convention, fun things, positive things, directional things, social media things, websites. We're talking about potentially developing an app that is actually a game that kids Dominic's age can actually play and enjoy. And at the end of it, it's a call to action to either join, renew your membership, or learn more information about the Sons or the American Legion family. Good stuff. Snapshots of Service will be back. We'll be supporting Flying Flags for Heroes. We're going to have brainstorming sessions. We're going to have a calendar, a Google Calendar that Seth Rippey started last year. We're going to put out a Google Calendar and a hard calendar as well that will be emailed out to the NECs. We expect you guys in the NEC to be our boots on the ground and get that information down to your detachments and down to your squadrons. We want the information to go out as far down as it possibly can go, and that's going to be largely on your shoulders. The second C was communication. We're going to drive communication in positive directions, in positive ways, keep the conversation relevant. You heard Mr. Kessel talk about the rebranding of our logo. This is a great step. I'm going to work with Dean, and we're going to get a Suns version of that so that we can put that out. And maybe if Jimmy Johnson signs up as a member, he might just kind of slyly walk by and slap a Suns sticker on the side of that car for free. So the last one is inspire. So we come to these meetings twice a year. We got 2. And then we also see each other at national conventions. And it's great to be back in person. But that role of inspiration rests on all of us. If we don't leave here, all of us are trying to hurry and catch a flight and check out at noon, by the way. There is no wiggle room on that. We all have to catch that same time limit. Now, if we don't leave here completely inspired by one another, we have failed. We have failed in this meeting. We should leave here completely charged to run through that wall, if that wall was on fire, and be inspired to be better for veterans, be better for their families. We get around, we socialize, we drink, we have camaraderie. It lasts all weekend. But how many of us in this room know why you joined? I know why Michael joined. He was made to. His dad enlisted him when he was born. But how many of us actually know the passion of why you joined this organization? Get at those levels. Get at those levels of discussion in your camaraderie so that you can get at the passion, because it's the passion that keeps people showing up. It's that passion that Dave Page drags his grandson here, but why is Dominic going to, along the lines, he's going to get his own passion and hear something from this room or somebody that's going to keep him interested. If we can't get to that level of passion, then we've got a job to do, and it starts right there. Public media and communication is going to try to get at that passion, and they're going to try to find ways to harness your passion and inspire you to do more. Do more for veterans, do more for their families, do more for your communities. You can always do more to save one life. Do it, be it, live it. This is our brand. This is our brand. You know, Commander Fox has said that he wants to come to your detachment, but he doesn't want to sit in meetings. He wants to get out into the public. Why? Because it's this that matters. If you put 50 covers on guys' heads and you go to a Red Sox game, it's going to get noticed. It's gonna be relevant, because somebody's going to go, look at these goofy guys. You know, what on earth is that? It starts the conversation. It's that conversation, especially if you're with Cliff, then it's way goofy. I'll take my $20 after this. But the point is the same. We've got to be better for each other. We are our brother's keeper. Iron sharpens iron, and it makes us all better. It makes us all stronger. Our committee met at 10:28 on Saturday. We adjourned at about noon. Sorry, guys, I went a little long. But honestly, we're going to do some great things this year, and it's going to be an exciting time. So I hope you guys leave here completely inspired by one another and are ready to do anything for this organization. So that's my report.
If there are no objections, we will move the Public and Media Communications Commission report to file.
Mr. Commander, past National Commander Mike Deacon, I have no problem with that. My problem is, I think when Dennis Boland came in, we missed MT&D under the Internal Affairs report. I'd like to know how the class went yesterday for the commanders, and I haven't heard anything.
We will be getting to MT&D. Okay. No objections. Public Media and Communications Commission's report. Move to file. Yes, come on up, buddy. It's Seth Rippey's turn.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah, what do you? Looks familiar, doesn't it? Mr. Commander, past national commanders, distinguished guests, and fellow sons, I'd like to start by recognizing the Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation Commission that met yesterday for the purpose of business. Our Vice Chairman, Joseph Roberts from Arizona, Gabe Synchrogana from New York, Robert Manzo from Maryland, Eddie Seegers Jr. from Texas, and Richard Pond Jr. from New Hampshire. Gentlemen, our theme for the year is leadership through action, not through position. I'm sure you've heard the expression, actions speak louder than words. I can tell you what we want to accomplish as a commission today, but the real measure of success is whether or not, come National Convention next year, we actually achieved what we set out to do. In an effort to measure ourselves, Commander Fox has asked the committees and commissions to establish some goals for the year. The VA&R Commission will be focusing on the following goals this year. First, to promote Veterans National Assistance Day, May 16th. Established in 2008 to underscore the importance of our work on behalf of those who served, we will be asking, how do you celebrate VNA Day in May? Last year on the CSRs, we logged 1,804 hours and $12,529 in donations to VNA. Using an electronic and social media campaign, we will bring awareness to this day and aim to increase both of those by 20%. Second, we want to increase the Charles Rigsby Volunteer of the Year Award to 20 applicants. Gentlemen, last year we only had 3 applicants. I know there's a lot more work being done out there. Now that by no means diminishes what those individuals did. In fact, I want to congratulate James Coates, last year's winner. Gentlemen, a round of applause for him. What he was able to achieve during a pandemic, when things were shut down, when we weren't able to get into places, what he achieved should be inspiring to all of us. I know that you can think of that one individual back home who's doing the same thing. He doesn't do it for the recognition, but wouldn't it be great to honor him by nominating him for the Volunteer of the Year Award? Finally, our last goal is to increase our VA reps and deps by 10% nationally. At National Convention, Chairman Ray announced that we had 35 reps and deps at 155 VA facilities across the nation. Today, 28. The Commission has already begun to identify areas of opportunities to improve the approval process, to make quarterly meetings more accessible, and to create some SUNS-specific reps and deps handbooks. Now, these goals are not the only areas we will be focusing on this year. We will continue to join the regional calls and have our own monthly call that will be on the 4th Monday at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time starting in October. We will disseminate information from the VA as well as share various VA programs from across the country, like the Fisher House, Operation Comfort Warrior, My Life or My Story. One such program that you may remember previous Chairman Butch Ray discussing comes out of the detachment of California. Helmets for Heroes. You've probably seen these before, but I just want to reiterate what an inventive program this is. It's simple. You put these banks in your posts, in local restaurants, coffee shops, even on your own dresser. You'd be amazed how much a little change adds up. Last year, during a pandemic, while multiple businesses were still closed, California collected over $48,000 for VA programs. That is great. If you have programs like this back in your detachment or in your squadron, let us know. And then we'll utilize the PMCC to make sure that we, through the various platforms we have available to us at the national level, then make sure that everybody knows about these programs, because everybody out there can take advantage of these things. Under new business, we discussed Resolution 7, Fall 2021, which will be read shortly in support of American Legion National Commander Dillard's project for the year, the Veteran and Children's Foundation, the VCF. That's what we collected some money for yesterday, gentlemen. The VCF provides vital support for military and veteran parents in unexpected financial crises and support for American Legion service officers in their efforts to obtain care and earn benefits for the opportunities for disabled veterans and their families. So you're going to hear a little more about that in the resolution. Is James Coates in the room? Can you please approach the podium for the purpose of a presentation? Mr. Commander, could I have you? You present this, Mr. Coates. Okay. While he's approaching, I also want to take an opportunity to recognize Gabe. Hopefully all you know by now, but Gabe was named the VA Voluntary Service Male Volunteer of the Year Award. This is the very first time that a son has received this honor. And since last spring we held this virtually, and Gabe was not able to make the national convention, I want to give a round of applause to congratulate him in person for his award. There he is. Thank you, Gabe, for all you do for us and for our veterans. Mr. Coates. Mr. Commander, please present the Rigsby Award winner, his cover. There you go. Stay here for 1 second, sir. James, thank you for all you do for our veterans. I know that you do not do it for the recognition, but I hope you wear this cover with pride. Would you like to address the delegation and say a few words, or?
Yes. First of all, I'd like to thank the detachment of New York. And I just want to reiterate what's been said a couple of times already. We know we've got a lot of people out there that are deserving of these awards, but we're not getting the applications in, so please, let's send those applications in recognition of those people. Thank you.
I want to thank those who attended our commission meeting yesterday and thank all of you for your participation this upcoming year. Sir, this concludes my report.
If there are no objections, we will move the Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation Commission's report to file. Minus the resolutions. So move to file. VA&R. I will call, well, let's go over the resolutions.
Gentlemen, we'll be going over SAL Resolution Number 7, Fall 2021. Donation of $500,000 to the Veterans and Children's Foundation from the Sons of the American Legion Reserve Fund. Veterans, origin is Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation Commission, and National Commander Michael Fox. Resolved by the National Executive Committee of the Sons of the American Legion in a regular meeting assembled in Indianapolis, Indiana on October 2nd and 3rd, 2021, that the National Executive Committee hereby approves the donation of $500,000 from the Sons of the American Legion Reserve Fund to the American Legion Veterans and Children's Foundation, and be it finally resolved that the Sons of the American Legion hereby recommends that the Internal Affairs Commission of the American Legion that the said funds be distributed from the Sons of the American Legion Reserve Fund. It was approved by Chairman Seth Rippey of Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation, approved by Bill Hill, Chairman of Finance. It was discussed in the subcommittee, and it was approved to come before you for further actions. Commander, that is resolution number 7. Apologize.
Yes?
Commander, Michael Cotton, alternate NEC detachment of Delaware, would like to approve this Resolution 7. Make a motion to approve.
Mike Cotton makes a motion to approve resolution number 7. Is there a second?
Commander, Jeff Lee, alternate NEC, Virginia, seconds that motion.
We have a motion and a second. The motion is to approve resolution number 7, duly seconded. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, I will call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Veterans Employment and Education Commission.
Good morning, gentlemen. The Veterans Employment and Education Commission meeting was held on Saturday, October 2nd at 10:30 a.m. We had 5 commission members in attendance with 1 excused. Our goals for the year are increasing detachment participation by 10%, encouraging local job fairs and employment opportunities, and providing resources to end veterans' homelessness. As the new chairman to the commission, I would like to thank the previous chairman, Mr. Tom Skelly from Texas, for all of his help in the transition and over to the new commission, as well as all of the commission members. I would like to recognize the commission members right now. Our vice chair, who you just saw receiving an award, Mr. James Coates. Member William Sheehan, Nick Arcio, Fred Vaccarilla, and Doc Pfeiffer. Our regional reports were very detailed and highlighted several key accomplishments throughout the nation. The ideas brought forward, not only by the commission members, but what's happening in the regions, proves that there's a lot of work going on in the VE&E Commission. A quick discussion was held around previous presentations, the operating procedures that are currently being used to help set up VE&E commissions within other detachments. And the commission is also working on consolidating their email distribution lists so they can help get out more communication more effectively. A review of SAL Resolution Number 1, Fall 2021, led to the approval and moving forward to you, which you'll hear in just a moment. We're looking at new ideas to get more information out to all of our members, and you will see a lot of changes in the coming months. First leading candidate, Chris Carlton, addressed the committee, encouraged us to keep up all the great work. With no further business, we adjourned our meeting at 11:03. That is my report, minus the resolutions.
If there are no objections, we'll move Veterans Employment and Education Commission's report minus the resolutions to file. Move that to file.
Gentlemen, this is going to be SAL Resolution 1, Fall 2021, recognizing recipients of the Marvin P. Ney Outstanding Veterans Employment and Education Contributor of the Year Award. Origin is Veterans Employment and Education Commission. Resolved by the National Executive Committee of the Sons of the American Legion in regular meeting assembled in Indianapolis, Indiana on October 2nd and 3rd, 2021, that the National Executive Committee hereby approves the awarding of a custom Sons of the American Legion uniform cap to the annual recipient of the Marvin P. Ney Outstanding Veterans Employment Education Contributor of the Year Award. And be it finally resolved that the awarding of the custom Marvin P. Ney Award uniform cap take effect retroactively for the 2021 recipient of the award and for all recipients in future years. It was approved by Chairman Joseph Navarrete, Veterans Employment and Education Commission. It was approved by Chairman Bill Hill, Finance. It was discussed in the subcommittee, and it was approved to come before you for further actions. Commander, that is resolution number 1.
Well, Mike, you've been working so hard today. I was going to give somebody, another NEC-man the opportunity. You can take a break.
Nick Arcio, alternate NEC Colorado. I'd like to make a motion to accept this resolution, number 1, for the Marvin P. Ney Outstanding Veteran Employment and Education Year Award.
We have a motion on the floor to accept resolution number 1 for the Marvin P. Ney Award. Is that right? Did I say that right? Okay. Yes, sir.
See, Ohio seconds that.
We have a motion and a second. The motion is to, did I miss something? No, we're good. Motion is to accept resolution number 1 for the Marvin P. Ney Award. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, I will call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Okay, at this time, I'd like to call up Century Committee Chairman Joseph Pavigliani.
All right, good morning. It is still morning, right? Yep. We're good? All right. As we've all been told, we've got to be out of our rooms, so it is still morning. First of all, NECmen, thank you very much for transitioning the Century Committee from an ad hoc committee to a permanent standing committee of the NEC. I shouldn't say permanent, it's assigned for 5 years. So my report to you is going to be a little different than some of the reports that we've heard from other commissions and committees, because quite honestly, I view where we're at right now in CENTCOM as building the airplane while we're flying in it. We're going through a lot of discovery, we're going through a lot of learning, and we have big and broad and bold tasks ahead for all of us. And I want to reemphasize that, for all of us. And I actually love what Bill said relative to the resolution, and that is, please read it. Through the process of the presentation, the approval, you hear the tops and the bottoms, okay? You hear the bookends of it, or whatever you want to view it as. Read the resolution, and you'll get a better sense of exactly what CENTCOM is about. And I hope what you walk away with is it's about us. It's about all of us, our organization, and truly developing a strategic plan for our future. But we don't start the creation of that strategic plan without a lot of discovery. And you certainly don't do that in a vacuum or in a 4-hour session. This organization needs and has been tasked to acquire a true strategic plan to move us into our 100 years. As the commander expressed this morning, with the young gentleman who's not here anymore, getting on the chair, it's truly about bringing in the youth. And we've been talking about it, and really discussing it for a long time. And I think everybody, if I ask the question, do we need to have younger members in our organization, everybody's going to raise both hands, I hope, to really emphasize the need for that. Absolutely. But that statement alone doesn't achieve the result. We have to have a plan to do it, and we have to analyze, A, why we're not doing it, and what the path is to get it done. Within my business world, I use the phrase all the time, let's create the organization, let's create the company that if it existed would put us out of business. That means that we identify what our strengths are, what our weaknesses are, accentuate the strengths, fix the weaknesses. So think of it this way: create, build, dissect our organization so that there isn't an organization that could take our members away. Those members that can be taken away are the members we're looking for, young, participative members. So we've got to think in the realm of what do we need to do, be very honest with ourselves, and be very transparent. I will absolutely pledge to you, because that's the only way the commander allowed me even to participate in this, is to be transparent, honest, and very communicative. We're going to do all the above. We started with a survey. Thank you all for taking it. I think most of you took it because we have 115 respondents. There's a lot of information, a lot of data there. It was kind of a opening transitional survey, if you will. It wasn't meant to be all-inclusive. It was meant to be, hey, let's start a conversation. I will assemble all the information and all the feedback that came from you all. I'll pass it through the national adjutant. You'll see the information coming from him, to be perfectly honest with you, because he has the email list, and you get a lot of emails from Tony anyway, so it's kind of a natural way to path down the communication so it doesn't get lost in somebody's spam filter or whatever the case may be. So you'll see the results come from me through him, so the path is easy. I will also say it's just the beginning. We will have many other surveys as we move forward to get your feedback, get your insight. We also want to establish in the next couple of weeks a Zoom call open to all NEC members so that the CENTCOM group can go through and give you a little bit more of an overview of exactly what our goals and exactly what our tasks are going to be and how you can help us achieve that. Down that path, there's a request I have for those detachment commanders might be here or the NEC to pass to the detachment commanders. We want to build a field team for CENTCOM. I want to have a field team out there representative of every single detachment. I want to have somebody that we can bring into the fold, not every meeting that we hold, because a lot of them are going to be, you know, just a little crazy in nature, because that's how I think some of us work to get results back out. But I can assure you we'll have sessions where we'll bring your field team into us. In addition to that, along the way, it's not going to be next week or next month, but along the way, we want to be able to give that field team member information so they can begin the task within the detachments. Another goal and objective of ours is to actually go out and participate in detachments or regional meetings, whatever the case may be. Come and talk to the sessions, come and talk to your detachments, give feedback, give updates of where we're at, what we're doing. Also be able to do, while there, a focus group with the members of this organization. Now, focus groups doesn't mean that every single person at the meeting is going to come in there. Focus groups mean just that. We want to get a broad swath of the different levels of our membership and different types of members that we have out there, and come in and have conversations, a structured conversation. This is what we're thinking. What do you think about that? We heard this. What is your thoughts on that? That's how we can build a true, complete strategic plan that will move us down to the next century. That's our goal. The CENTCOM reports to the NEC, as you have just established. We also report to the SAL Oversight Committee of the American Legion Internal Affairs Commission. So we go to you and we also go to them. There will be a whole lot of folks keeping us on track because it's going to start with you all, and that couldn't be any better. There's no other way to get something accomplished than that. So I'm excited where we can go. We are just starting. We really are. In future meetings and in interim steps, I will assure these members of the NEC, you will know what the CENTCOM group is doing. I absolutely guarantee you that. We have a lot of work ahead of us, and we're going to keep the airplane flying as we're putting additional engines on it and go even faster. So the next time that I'm in front of you, I'm going to take a little tip from Matt, and I'm going to bring my own music also, okay? I think it's just appropriate. It was maybe the highlight so far, so thank you, Matt. I look forward to your feedback, look forward to your conversations, and please look forward from CENTCOM, good, clear updates, and a few more surveys will be on their way. Thank you, gentlemen.
If there are no objections, we will move the CENTCOM committee's report to file. Minus any resolutions? Report moved to file. Now, I would like to call on our Subcommittee on Resolutions Chairman Chris Cook, I believe for his final time today, to give his final report.
If you call me up again, it's going to be your fault. Gentlemen, the Subcommittee on Resolution met yesterday at 11:20. It was a very well-attended meeting. My members that were present, I had Jay Marsden from Missouri, I've got Bill Kelly from Florida, and John Chang from New York. We met, we discussed, you acted upon everything we discussed about. Gentlemen, we are here to assist you in any way on getting these resolutions to be brought before this NEC. Utilize this. We had long discussions about some of these resolutions. We acted upon them and we had to take course of actions on some of them. Gentlemen, the meeting went way too long. Okay? Good discussions, but that's not where that discussion should have been held at, in my opinion. Gentlemen, bring those resolutions before. Let us know what's going on. We can be there and help you in your meeting to help with those resolutions. I have tasked with my committee to create a fillable template for resolutions to be used at any level of this organization. And attached with that, I would like to submit also a do's, do nots, and what to know on resolutions. It's not going to be how to write a resolution. It's just going to be things that you should put in there, things you should avoid, and any verbiage that is specific to a resolution. Gentlemen, there's a cadence to that. If you all realize that, I was able to read them in a little bit faster tone than I did yesterday in my meeting for those who are attending. Gentlemen, that is my report.
If there are no objections, we will move the Subcommittee on Resolutions report to file. Report to file. At this time, I would like to call up MT&D Chairman Mike Monserud to give us an update and final report on the Commander's class.
Okay, gentlemen, yesterday we had commander's class that was held right here in this room, immediately following your NEC meeting. We had 17 commanders and we had seven guests. For the changes that we had to do and last minute few things we had to do, I thought it was a pretty good class. We did pass out a lot of information. We did, is Chuck Treat in here? Chuck? Yeah, we do have those books updated, the old blue books from sorry, I call it the Chuck book. It's not the Chuck book. It's the Jeff Rain book. And we have some of those. If you guys want one, please contact me. I will give you my business card and you get a hold of me. We will send those to you. We still have a few of the zip drives left that has all that book and anything that we could find on the organization in it. So if you guys can download that. So without further ado, Mr. Cotton, could you assist? And the gentleman that attended the commander's class yesterday, the commanders that attended the commander's class yesterday, could you please start lining up over here for presentation of your certificates? No, they didn't. That's fine. First one should be, I'm sorry if I mispronounce your name, George Kringbaum, Detachment Alabama. And we're off starting good. Second one is John Hook, the Detachment in New Hampshire. David Fuller, Detachment of Wisconsin. Tom Arista, Detachment of Texas. No. William Ankers, Detachment of Pennsylvania. Dennis Albright, Detachment Ohio. David Lee, Detachment of New York. Henry Hasselhan, Detachment of New Jersey. Zach Pendle, Detachment of Michigan. Gene Thoreau, Detachment of Massachusetts. Sorry if I sped love wrong, Gene. Mark Fayer Sr., Detachment of Maryland. Jeff Trout, Detachment of Illinois. Brian Carter, Detachment of Florida. James Eubanks, Detachment of California. Oh, sorry. Is he here? I thought I saw him leave. Okay. Bob Wade, Detachment of Arkansas. I saw him. Oh. And Dan Ashley, Detachment of Arizona. The gentleman, if you attended the classes and you didn't register as the commander, there were 7 of you. We don't have the certificates for you, but we gave you all that information yesterday. So we appreciate you coming for that. Gentlemen, that was it. That was the ones we had that registered as commanders. Again, our trainings that we provide, the detachment commanders class, the NECman class we want to develop, the ambassadors class for national vice commander, and the NMI classes, these are all classes that you guys need to help us incorporate into the people we have to train. So the more people that reach out to my committee and myself, the better training we're going to have, the better we can shape our future for our leaders. So please, I don't care if you think it's not that important or you don't quite think we need to put it in. Please send it to us. We can figure out if we need it or not or where it fits in there, because the more information we have, the better training we can have, which means a better organization we can be. So thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Commander, that's my report.
If there are no objections, we will add MT&D's report to the report from yesterday. That will be his final report. If there are no objections, report moved to file. Let's see. That's all the reports, right? Got them all, right? Is there any old business?
Mr. Commander, Bill Kelly, NEC, or NEC from Florida. Old job. At the post-NEC, I asked a question, and you said that you would take it under advisement and get back to us to make this a priority this year
to resolve the MySAL squadron reporting problem. Do you have a report on that, please?
Absolutely. So I believe, if I remember correctly, I said I was going to make it a top priority for our organization because I know it's crucial in moving forward. So to update the NEC, on Fridays, they've had one so far. They will continue to have more every Friday at 11 o'clock. Detachment adjutants have met with the director of IT on my Legion. They're doing a Q&A session. So if anybody has any questions within your detachment, squadron members, district members, even you guys as NEC, get that information to your detachment adjutant so that he can bring those questions or issues, comments, concerns when they have their meeting on Friday at 11 a.m. Is that right, Ken? 11 a.m. Eastern Time. If your detachment adjutant is not available, I'm sure there will not be any problem with whoever does the membership, one representative from your detachment to be on that call. I know some people are working and not available, but one representative from each detachment. Right now, currently, they're preferring the adjutants, but if there's somebody else that would like to handle that, the adjutant wants to direct, not a problem. So if you have not gotten that email, or if your detachment adjutant has not gotten that email, please let us know. Everybody should have gotten that. Does that answer your question, sir? Yes, absolutely. Yes, Ken.
Ken George, Sons of the American Legion National Liaison. Let me clarify a little bit of that, please, if you don't mind. One, the meeting is at 11 a.m. on Fridays. We understand a lot of people can't make that. We get that. We are recording the meetings, and we are posting them to the adjutants tab of the SAL of legion.org/sons and then /adjutants, and there'll be a tab in there. You'll be able to watch the video. The next two sessions are canceled because obviously we had the NEC, and the next week a lot of the staff take off after the conclusion of the American Legion NEC. We will resume in three weeks with the meetings. Those links will stay up on the recording of the meeting so that way you can watch it in your own time. You don't have to watch it all at once. And there's a lot of good questions being asked. Now, one of the things, just so you understand, the build out for the new software, the Legion, they have to get straight first, and then they can go to the SAL. They're making that transition now, so you should start seeing some improvements over the next few weeks. Membership reports are starting to get a little more consistent. One of the other challenges was charters. They're working on that one as well, so we're working into that. And Brian, I want to give him a lot of credit. Brian Compton, he is actually on the phone with them probably daily, if not a couple times a day, trying to work out those details. So it's not falling on deaf ears. We are doing everything we can, but the resources are slim because, you know, we just don't have a million people to work on this problem. It's a handful of people, and we're going across multiple divisions. So thank you for indulging me.
Yes, thank you for that. Is there any other old business? Is there any new business to be brought before this National Executive Committee meeting? Is there any new business? No, he's is there any new business? I want to see how long I can keep you in that position. Is there anything for the good of the Sons?
Mr. Commander, past National Commander Cliff Smith, can I have approach the podium, please? I need to go up there.
Yes.
First of all, to our esteemed national chaplain, as being the son of a preacher man, I want to thank you how much I enjoy your inspiration and your enthusiasm. You're a blessing to all of us. I have an important thing that I want to discuss to all you NEC men. We're forming a new NEC liaison committee, And one NEC man will be placed on each committee and commission as a representative for the NEC. You're going to be receiving an email from me over the next few days. In this email, there's going to be a list in there of 3 different commissions or committees that you would wish to be considered to be on. I would put down also which one is your most compassionate, because we're trying to lift the people up on these committees that is really their real compassion. I need this information no later than October 31st. If you can see me afterwards and give me your card, because the list isn't out yet. If you want to write my email down, it's cliff106@juno.com. If you want to drop me a note, tell me who you are, what's attachment you're from, and I can get this information, or after the meeting, meet me up here, write your name and address down on a piece of paper, or give me one of your business cards so I can give this out to you right away. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr.
Is David, past National Commander David Stevens in the room? Sergeant at Arms, can you bring him up for me, please? Well, I appreciate you coming up here, and I'm not sure what you guys got going, but I wanted to say thank you, personally, from me to you. For all of you that don't know, Mr. Stevens has been working very hard over the last few months to put the field trip, as Cliff would say, together. He's the one that was the backbone of everything that happened. Being the representative here. So from the bottom of my heart, I want to say thank you, because this would not have happened without you. So I want to present you with this certificate of appreciation, with deep appreciation for your visionary planning and organizing the Flying Flags for Heroes ceremony in Indianapolis, Indiana, on Saturday, October 2nd, 2021. So from me to you, thank you.
My turn, huh? I brought Chuck up here because, of course, everybody knows he's Americanism chairman, so we've all been working on this very hard. Sorry about the rain that pulled out the riders, because they'd called me yesterday morning, and I said safety first. We don't want anybody getting hurt because with that type of rain. Thank God and our chaplain it stopped the rain yesterday. We did try to get a microphone and all that out there, and realized on Friday there wasn't any electricity out to that podium area. So just to let you know, we did try, so we really worked hard. I think I spent about 5 or 6 times up at the cemetery and working with the Zionsville American Legion family and also the Cicero American Legion family, which our national commander will be visiting Zionsville on Tuesday evening. Wednesday evening, we'll be going up to Cicero, Indiana, and we'll be placing flags on the cemetery there, and then we'll stop by the post for a meet and greet with our national commander. So at this time, hopefully there's a little surprise here for him. We'll go ahead and open it up. Michael, something for you this time. This is to certify that this American flag was flown during the Flying Flags for Heroes special program in honor of Michael C. Fox, National Commander, Sons of the American Legion, Lincoln Memory Gardens, October 2nd, 2021, Whitestown, Indiana, tested by Chuck Treat, National Americanism Chairman, and myself as the, I guess I could say the little Chuck.
No, you're Super Dave.
Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you.
this is one way that Mike had mentioned yesterday, stepping up to the plate. Hate to say this, but it's been 40 years since I was national commander, but I'm still here because my passion is here, and you guys can bring all that passion when you go back home. I mean, it's just inspired me even more to be able to do this for Mike when he called me and asked me to be a part of it. So when you get back home, bring that passion with you. You've got it right here. Take it back home and share it with your members in your own detachments. Thank you very much.
Is there anything else for the good of the Sons?
I'm going to keep it short and sweet. Out of the 50-plus NEC meetings I've been at, that's including the pre and post at national conventions, this one was the most professionally run using parliamentary procedures, so I want to thank all of you. We learned how to make a motion and everything. I've had a lot of people say, Ron, why did you join or how did you get recruited into the Sons? I don't see them back there. You heard from a little shorter, but I'm going to tell you the story of how I got recruited. Everybody knows the man from Massachusetts with the strange beard and the strange accent, right? Everybody calls him Cliffy if you really know him. I was standing outside the hotel in Minneapolis several conventions ago, and he was standing with a thinner guy, and I was wearing my Legion cap, and he came over right in front of me like Cliffy usually does. There he is. I'm talking about you, young man. How I got recruited by somebody from Massachusetts. Like I say, he came over and stood right in front of me, you know, real close, like that far in front of me, which sort of invading personal space. And he said, I see you're a Legionnaire. Did your dad or your granddad or anybody like that in your family serve in the military? And I said, they all did for 4 generations. He says, well, you a member of the Sons of the American Legion? And I said, what's the Sons? He's obviously you aren't. Don, and I didn't know Don Culver, didn't know his name because he never introduced him. He says, Don, give me an application. I handed out all mine. So he had been busy them a couple of days before. He said, fill this out. Get up to your department and join the Sons of the American Legion. Now, by the way, Don, he looks like he'd be a good guy for future leadership. Put him in NMI 1. I said, Mr. Hill, what is NMI 1? He says, you'll find out when you come to Indianapolis. Be there at the first meeting. That's how I got recruited into the Sons of the American Legion. My friend Cliffy Smith. Be careful what you ask for. Just ask someone.
Oh, okay. Mr. Commander, Gene Sacco, past National Commander from California. I'm up here to give all of you information about Michael's homecoming. But before I do that, I wanted to just take 2 points of personal privilege. One, we have a past National Commander of the American Legion sitting in the rear of the room, one of the biggest, if not the biggest, backer of the Sons of the American Legion. Will you please welcome Jake Comer? And I just saw him, the current chairman of the SAL subcommittee, George West. Last point of personal privilege. Yesterday at the Flying Flags for Heroes, I stayed back and helped Dave Stevens and the Zion Legion family remove all the flags from the graves and put them back in the boxes and everything. And I just wanted to share with you that that Flying Flags for Heroes event meant so much to that Legion family in Zionsville. They were thrilled to be part of it. I, as far as being part of the CENTCOM committee, was asking them questions about some challenges and opportunities they have in their own local squadrons. And the squadron commander and a few others were more than willing to talk and whatever. So you can also use that Flying Flags for Heroes event in your own states as a way to help us on CENTCOM because it gives you a great opportunity to talk to squadron members and Legion family members about not only Flying Flags for Heroes, but about the Sons program going forward. Michael's Homecoming. It's going to be, there's some flyers being passed out right now. It's going to be mid-March of next year, 2022. His homecoming will actually be on March 19th. We're proud to announce that his actual gala will be at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library in Simi Valley, California. Included in the ticket price to his banquet will be an actual tour of the library. You'll be able to tour the library. You'll be able to tour Air Force One exhibit. And I'm being told by the library that if everything goes well, there will be a special World War II exhibit that'll be there at the library during the time of Michael's homecoming. So it's going to be a fantastic event on March 19th. Prior to March 19th, starting on St. Patrick's Day, Thursday, March 17th, there's going to be a St. Patrick's Day celebration at a local post. We're also going to have a dinner and a casino night with some other fun things to do the following evening, which is Friday the 18th as well. And also, I think on Friday morning, the 18th, we're arranging a tour from the hotel to Hollywood Post 43 for a breakfast and also a tour of the post. Hollywood Post 43 is really unlike any other post out there when it comes to the movie and entertainment industry. It's definitely a great historical place to see, and I encourage you all to take advantage of that as well. There will be, for all of you coming from out of town, the hotel we're going to be using is the DoubleTree by Hilton in Monrovia, California. And there's a special rate. On the flyer, there's a website. Right now, it's already been activated. You can go to that website, make your hotel reservation, and get the special rate for the hotel. And then, as far as transportation to and from the hotel for any of the events, there will be charter bus service that will be taking all of you, if needed, to the different events, taking you and also returning you back to the hotel. Anybody renting a car for this event, because I know some of you are thinking about taking a vacation, going to Disneyland, things like that. If you have a rental car, the hotel in Monrovia is pretty central to like Orange County, where Disneyland, Knott's Berry Farm, pretty central from the standpoint of the distance to Santa Monica, the Pacific Ocean, and to Simi Valley. The Ronald Reagan Presidential Library, depending on traffic, is usually between 50 and 55 minutes from Monrovia, all freeway. So it's a very easy place to get to, but obviously you don't need a rental car if all you're going to be doing is attending these different events. Last but not least, on the flyer, you can mail to us. The bottom half of the flyer, you can mail to us your information as far as if you are attending. You can write us a check. All the events are priced separately, or it's not a problem to give us a credit card, and we can take care of everything that way as well. There'll be a registration at the hotel. There'll be a registration desk at the hotel that we can, so when you get to the hotel, we'll check you in, and we'll give you the tickets to the different events that you've signed in, or forgive me, purchased. There'll probably be some more information coming out before the end of the year, some updates and everything regarding the homecoming. But this is going to be a fabulous event, and if anyone has never been to the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library, it is truly spectacular, and going to the library is reason enough to come out to see it. So if anybody has any questions, feel free to see me in the back of the room later. Otherwise, we hope all of you consider coming out to California, and you'll have a very, very good time. Thank you.
You're welcome. And in case anybody's flying, the best airport would be Burbank Airport.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. That is true. The best airport to the Monrovia Hotel, the DoubleTree, fly into Burbank if it's not too expensive or inconvenient. You're only about 20 minutes away from the hotel. If you fly into Los Angeles, depending on what time you get there, there's plenty of shuttle services. Again, you don't have to rent a car. But flying to, it's about 30 miles from, now a little less than 30 miles, probably between 20 and 25 miles from the hotel to LAX. But we don't measure anything in miles in Southern California. It's all measured in minutes and hours. So it could, depending on what time you land, it could take you up to an hour, hour and a half to get to Monrovia from LAX. So I definitely would encourage you to fly to Burbank. Also, you also have the other airport, which is Ontario. You could fly to Ontario as well. Mike?
And if you will, if you are coming into Burbank, which is where I live, you can email me and we'll try to coordinate schedules to pick people up and transport them if we need to from Burbank.
Thank you. Thank you. At this time, if anybody has any donations, please make your way on up for donations. And while anybody's doing that, yes, go ahead.
Commander J.R. Hall from Detachment of Maryland. Wanted to make an announcement and thank everybody for coming over last night to the Tao Room. We raised $2,420.
Is there anything else for the good of the Sons?
Matt Parsons, Chairman of Public Media and Communication. I just wanted to point out, a couple of us were talking about our Blue Star banner. And I think we miss an opportunity. We always post the Blue Star banner, but I know that there are families in this room that are Blue Star families. So are there any Blue Star families still here, or are they all run to go check out? Thank you. Thank you all.
So I'll start this off. I've received a $1,000 check from the Detachment of Mississippi for NEF.
I sacrificed my hair for child welfare. We took up donations and collected at our DEC last week a grand total of $2,372 for child welfare, and then took up cash collection $213 more for child welfare at our DEC.
From the Detachment of Delaware, Squadron 24, $250 for Child Welfare Foundation. From Squadron 28, $500 for the National Emergency Fund, $250 for the National Endowment Fund, and $1,000 for the Child Welfare Fund.
From the Detachment of Pennsylvania, $7,697 for the American Legion Child Welfare Foundation.
I've got donations from a few posts in the Detachment of Virginia. Post 2 in Petersburg, $250 to CWF, $250 to NEF. Post 67 in Hampton, $100 to CWF. Post 284 in Colonial Heights, $300 to NEF, $300 to NEF, and $300 to CWF. Also, Post 25 in Newport News, $350 to OCW, $100 to CWF, totaling $1,950.
Detachment of Arizona, $500 for Operation Comfort Warriors, $500 for the National Emergency Fund, and $500 to CWF.
From Hagen Grant Squadron 521, $100 to CWF.
Is there anything else for the good of the Sons? Are there any final announcements at this time? Detachment of Virginia, if you could see me as soon as we're finished right here. We have to have a question on the checks. If there is no further business to come before this National Executive Committee meeting, National Chaplain, Mr. Gibson, will you lead us in a closing prayer? Please uncover.
Hey, we had a good weekend. All praises due to our Lord and Savior. I want y'all to travel home safely. Remember, I love you, and there's nothing you can do about it. And when you get home, check on your buddies. Check on your buddies, the person that was to your left or right. Keep a check on them, man, because you know what? We don't know what hard times they're going through. Let us go to the Lord in prayer. May the Lord bless us and keep us. May he grant us strength to live through troubled times. May he fill us with grace equal to every need, and his peace will pass all understanding. May he grant us wisdom and the will to do justice, to love mercy, to walk humbly with him. May he surround us with his love and lead us in the path of everlasting life. Amen.
Please cover. Until we meet again, let us remember that our obligation to our country can only be fulfilled by the faithful performance of all duties of citizenship. Let service to the community, state, and nation be ever a main objective of the Sons of the American Legion. Let us ever be watchful of the honor of our country, the American Legion, our organization, and ourselves. And nothing shall swerve us from the path of justice, freedom, loyalty, and democracy. With the colors of our nation in place, join me in offering a right-hand salute by the numbers. 1, 2. Sergeant at Arms, could you please retire the POW MIA flag? Please uncover. Cover. Gentlemen, as we depart, you have a duty and a responsibility. The national organization needs all of us to continue working on the same page as we did here this weekend, moving forward, working with the Century Committee, or CENTCOM, to develop a true strategic plan, adapt and overcome, and go back and have some fun. I now declare this fall 2021 meeting of the National Executive Committee of the Sons of the American Legion adjourned.
Need to come upstairs to sign the report for IA. Oh, I guess you can do it tomorrow, too.
Well, I'll come up there and look at it. Somebody brought